No, don't tell me my dongle doesn't work. We just have to, we can't do because there's a meeting at 8, right?
No,
There's no meeting at 8 today?
because mine saying they're not here. And I just asked
Oh.
Beyonce, they're not going to do it today.
Okay, then yeah, then we can do them all live.
The 7, you want to do them all out?
Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Thursday. It is August 7th, and it is another great start here in Memphis and the Mid-South. That's a live look from our High 5 camera. 76 degrees outside of our studios here at 1960 Union Avenue. There's the downtown Memphis skyline off in the distance there. Not a cloud in the sky as you get up on this Thursday morning. Let's check in with meteorologist Riley Winch now. With a look at the forecast. And Riley, we know it's going to be warm here in the month of August in Memphis and the Mid-South. It's nothing dangerous, though. That's a good thing. Good morning to you.
Yeah, Andrew, we don't have that dangerous heat in the forecast, but those feel-like temperatures are going to return to the triple digits as we head into the warmest part of this afternoon. Now, we spent quite a bit of August so far below average temperature-wise, but we're going to swing right back around with this low pressure system now that's off to our west. It's going to stay there the next couple of days, but if you see where the arrow is pointing, the way there's a counterclockwise circulation around that low, that goes to show that we get a little bit of more southerly influence from our winds because of that. And as that inches closer, we'll continue to get more of that southerly wind flow. So what that would do, that brings in some more moisture and more of the humidity. That's going to make us feel a little bit warmer out there. But if we look in the short term for today into this weekend, this surface map is not going to change very much. And what we notice is Memphis and the Mid-South, we are seeing relatively rain-free, cloud-free skies. That sets up a really nice start to the FedEx St. Jude Championship later on this afternoon. And looking over the next couple of days, we see that low kind of dissipates, but it merges with this other frontal system, and that keeps the same kind of pattern in place where we get a little bit of a southerly influence from the winds. We see this boundary continues for parts of the northern Gulf. That keeps a lot of that rainfall off to our south. So we're talking about some warm weather in this forecast. We're also talking about some dry weather, meaning we're not expecting to see much rainfall across the region. Now, as we head over the course of our Thursday today, I mean, these temperatures bottoming out, some of us in the upper 60s this morning. Memphis around the mid 70s is where we're at this time. But very little cloud cover continues, especially over the course of the morning hours. Then we see more partly cloudy skies into the afternoon. Can't rule out maybe one town across the Mid-South seeing a brief shower that doesn't last very long, but vast majority of us, we stay dry. It's very negligible rain chances across the region. Those highs getting up into the 90s, and just before sunset, we start to dip back down into the 80s across a good portion of the area. Temperatures in the 70s get up into the 80s after 9 a.m. Then as we head after the noon hour, we're talking about those temperatures getting up into the 90s, mid 90s for highs. Notice the icons though. We're talking about lots of sunshine continuing this morning, then more partly cloudy skies as we head into the afternoon hours. So the humidity, it's been manageable, especially for August standards the past couple of days. We're going to stay there with a little bit of mugginess over the next couple of days into the weekend. Sunday, I think, is going to be a turning point where we start to see a little bit more of that humidity in the forecast, and that'll be a little bit more noticeable. So it could get a little bit more oppressively hot as we head into the early part of next week. Will that come along with some heat alerts? Possibly, but we don't meet the heat alert criteria the next couple of days. So we're talking about those feel-like temperatures peaking for maybe an hour or so in the triple digits for your Thursday, Friday into the weekend. So especially this weekend, we get to some afternoon golf time for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. That is where you want to make sure you're still taking multiple breaks if you're outdoors and find the shade, because even without the heat alerts in effect, you could still get some heat illness to develop if you're really just spending a lot of time outdoors under the beating sun. High temperatures in the mid 90s really doesn't change very much, right? It's a straight line, 94, 94, 94. You know, generally the mid 90s will be around that mark the next couple of days, but we could get a little bit more humidity in the mix that brings in some heat alerts by the time we head towards the middle part of next week. We'll watch that very closely there. But as for today, you know, a good portion of the area, you could see those feel-like temperatures top out in the triple digits. Some of us may fall a little bit short, but we'll gradually see those feel-like temperatures pop back up. So you guys can download the First Alert Weather app here, scan that QR code, App Store. It's a free app. And on that app, you get any of those real-time temperatures, the feel-like temperatures. Also a look at the radar. Not going to need it as much the next couple of days, but if we do get one stray shower this afternoon, you could track that one stray shower on that radar by downloading our app. Then over the next 10 days, we're talking about very low rain chances, only at 10% through the weekend. Spotty shower storm can't be ruled out next week, but what I'm really watching for in this extended forecast is if we don't get much rainfall at all, even into next week, that could potentially bring in a little bit more of a drought concern that we'll talk about down the line. But the past 30 days, we've been below average in terms of our rainfall precipitation, Andrew.
Yeah, no question about it. It's interesting, Riley, you bring that up. I was asking Patrick about that yesterday. He said the same thing, you know, because we had been dealing with a surplus in rain throughout much of the year. But the last 30 days, you said, you know, we haven't seen any rain, really. I mean, my lawn's getting a little crunchy out there. Any significant chances we can get some maybe perhaps next week?
Yeah, so next week we'll see that low that I was talking about a little bit earlier. When we track about how close that gets to us, that could bring in a little bit more humidity from the Gulf, and that humidity can increase the instability in the atmosphere to get some more lifts, get some more storms to pop up. So we're probably going to see a couple of spotty to scattered storms on the radar at some point next week. We're still just not looking at a major rainmaker that could bring a more widespread rain to the area. And you notice you did let us know, or Patrick, I guess, did yesterday talk about that surplus we've had for most of the year. But a lot of times when it comes to growing and, you know, seasonal rain, if you go a 30-day stretch without much rainfall, unfortunately, you know, all the rain you got a couple months ago doesn't always help out. It may delay the start of a drought, but the dry conditions still aren't the best news. But luckily, we will see some spotty showers and storms next week, so more of a chance for rain next week than this week.
Okay, meteorologist Riley Wench joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, kicking off our coverage here on a Thursday. Riley, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another live look from our High 5 camera, once again from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis, outside of our studios here, 1960 Union Avenue. Again, a gorgeous day. You can see in this shot the sun just blanketing the area there where it is 76 degrees at 7:07. We'll be talking more about your forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5. Digital Desk want to show you once again our downtown high five camera there. Just a gorgeous shot there of the river, the bridge, and the skyline there off in the distance. Again, we'll be having weather updates throughout the morning here on Action News 5. But right now, I want to talk about one of our top stories, and it's really been one of our top stories all week long, and that is back to school time for more kids, tens of thousands of kids across the Mid-South, specifically Clarksdale, Mississippi, and a lot of the suburban Shelby County school districts, including the town of Collierville. Action News 5's Taylor Tucker has more from Collierville.
Hi, Andrew. I'm live outside of Collierville High, where we have not one, but two construction projects as you're headed to the high school. Take a look around. You'll see signs and cones up all around. Now, remember, the long-time construction project along Shelby Drive between Collierville High School and Highway 72 is still in place. In addition to that, Sycamore Road, north of Shelby Drive, is also closed until Monday. Both are highly traveled areas. This is obviously not ideal for traffic flow for this week, with the district headed back to the classroom. So Collierville High School is implementing a staggered start schedule to help reduce traffic jams. So today and Friday, Collierville High School will operate on a hybrid schedule. Juniors and seniors will attend school in person today, and freshmen and sophomores will do virtual learning. They will then swap tomorrow. Superintendent Dr. Russell Dyer said while students and teachers will have to adapt to this temporary change, their focus is on creating a safe transition into the new school year for students, staff, and families.
When students are coming back and our parents are entering our buildings and our staff is all back together, I want them to know we're one community. You know, we are one community. We have a vision and a mission for where we want Collierville schools to go. We want to make sure that that's a tangible mission that people can feel, people know that we're serious about what we're doing, but we also want them to know we're going to take care of their kids.
Again, this hybrid schedule only affects students at Collierville High. The middle and elementary will operate as normal. Taylor Tucker, Action News 5.
Okay, that's Taylor Tucker reporting from Collierville just a few minutes ago there, talking about the different changes. You heard from the Collierville superintendent there, Dr. Russell Dyer, talking about the new season, the new school year ahead. Certainly, it is going to be a lot of anticipation on this new school year for all the kids across Memphis and the Mid-South, and that is the town of Collierville. And speaking of Collierville, we're going to be talking with one of the organizers of this really cool event. We know about football season almost being here, the NFL, college football, of course, taking the grand stage, but also on a grand stage is local high school football. We know we love it here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Well, this morning on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm going to be talking with one of the football boosters at Collierville High School, and they are organizing what's being billed as Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff later this month. Think of College Game Day on a local high school level. They're going to be experiencing this in Collierville outside of the high school with tailgating, with fans there, lots of entertainment and a stage there to kick off Collierville's football season, the first home game. Yes, this is Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff. We're going to be talking about that coming up later this morning at 10:30. And then before that, at 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to be talking about Healthier 901 Fest. We're going to be talking with Methodist Le Bonheur's CEO about that and its third annual Healthier 901 Fest at Memphis Shelby Farms Park. That's going to be coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. And again, more interviews all morning long, including updates on your forecast. When we come back, I'm going to be talking with, you're going to see an interview with I Love Memphis Blogs, Jalen Suchek. She is going to tell us about some of the best happy hours across Memphis and the Mid-South. Yeah, if you just need to unwind, we got the weekend rapidly approaching. Well, we got happy hours for you. You don't want to miss that. That is coming up in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. To the Action News 5 digital desk. If you're new to Memphis, if you've been in Memphis several years, perhaps you're a lifelong Memphian. You're always looking for things to do, places to go, things to see, that sort of thing. The best resource for everybody, I was trying to think of the right word, but the best resource for everyone out there is I Love Memphis, in my opinion. I think it's a wonderful resource for anybody. Any time of the year you're looking for something to do, perhaps you got people coming into town, or you just want to get out with your girlfriends, or a guy's night, or whatever. We got Jalen Suchek joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is always in the know when it comes to I Love Memphis and I Love Memphis blog. She runs it with some others out there. And how's that going, by the way? You've been doing this now for quite a bit. Everything going well, Jalen? Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. And Andrew, I mean, I love your intros. You always give the best intro, so thank you for that. But yeah, everything's been great. I've been at the helm now about, almost 3 years. We've been really trying to build up a strong contributor team, so it's not just one voice, it's more of collective voices around the city to just tap into everything there is, because one person can obviously not do it all, because contrary to some belief, there is so much to do in the city, and I'm happy to be constantly busy.
Okay, so I can't remember the publication, but someone outside of Memphis sent me something that said top 5 most boring cities was Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like, what, are you on crack or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're living in a different world if you think that. I refute that.
Exactly.
Vehemently.
100%. 100%. So anyway, enough about that. I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk.
I know we could go on a whole rant on that.
I know I'm preaching to the choir. Jalen, let's talk about these happy hours that I understand are bigger and better than ever these days, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, in restaurants, we know it's hard, so they have to be a little more competitive. So we always have a happy hours guide to deals. Blog. We just recently updated it because, like the Memphis weather, happy hour deals change quickly. So I say this all with preface that, call ahead if you want to confirm it, or look on their socials just to make sure that it's still accurate. Because again, it can change. They might have new offerings or different days, different hours. This is why we have to routinely update this guide. But I had to ask you, Andrew, do you have a favorite happy hour around the city?
I wish I did. I think I might need to. Give me some
We'll
points.
find you one by the end of this.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I can just hop in. So our guide has about 15 spots. And I mean, of course, that is not speaking to every great happy hour in the city. We really tried to boil it down to places that have good daily happy hour offerings. Some places, maybe it's just a Monday night or a Thursday night. So that's how we kind of organized it. We are always open to more feedback and adding more places. So if you have a good spot, please let us know. We love to take people's recommendations and infuse them into the guide. So I picked 3 of my favorites from the guide, different little spots in town. The first is Bell Tavern. And Andrew, I'm not sure if you've heard of Bell Tavern. Some people, you bring it up and they're never heard of this place before.
I haven't. Tell me more. I'm interested, though. Looks great.
Yeah, and so I think the reason people don't know about it is because it's a hidden bourbon bar in an alleyway in downtown Memphis. So the Barbaro Alley, just around the corner from Aldo's, tucked in there between, like the Peabody and South Main. This is just a great spot in general. Some of the best people work there, and they have a very, very generous happy hour. This is one of my favorites. So you can get $4 domestic beers, $7 house cocktails, and $7 glasses of wine. Those house cocktails include like Manhattans, Old Fashions, French 75s, martinis. Harold is one of the main bartender there. He is kind of, if you know name in the city, one of the best bartenders. So you get a great deal, and you have one of the best bartenders making them. He makes some of the best Old Fashions. I love the French 75. They also have really good food. And if you're still having difficulty placing it, it's in the back of where 117 Prime was. So they use
Okay, yes, I know where that
there.
is. You had me at Hidden Bourbon Bar, Jalen. That sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, when we posted a reel of them, people were like, I've worked in downtown my whole life and I didn't know this existed. And it's been there for several years. So I always love to share that one. And that happy hour deal is Tuesday to Saturday from 4 to 7. So pretty generous because you don't have too many that give you a Friday and Saturday for those happy hour deals.
Sweet. What else you got?
We are moving into Midtown now. This is one of my favorite bars in the city to go to for a cocktail outside of happy hour or with happy hour. The great news is they have a very, very good, nice, generous happy hour. I am amazed that they still continue having it. It's such a good deal. But this is Cameo in Midtown. It's on Union Avenue, right across from the Firehouse. They have, for their happy hour, half off classic cocktails, draft beer, and glasses of house and red wine, white wines too. And then they also do an $8 Cool Kids burger, which is so delicious. You have to order it. But this is, one of the best cocktail bars in the city. They have just numerous cocktail options. And normally when you're talking about quantity, you're kind of fearful about the quality. You get both at this bar. It's one of my favorites. And their sister bar, Mary's BOTE, also has a great happy hour. That's the Tiki Bar in Cooper Young. But you can get this happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 7. And on Monday, it's all night long. But love Cameo. It's a great place if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome! I love it. Okay, now you're bringing it this morning. I love this, and I know it's the morning, and I know people don't like generally drinking cocktails until the afternoon, but I'm feeling it.
There's a reason they start at 4.
Yes, and I've been up since 2 o'clock. Just saying.
Oh, hey, I used to do those days too, and I got to give you props. It's hard being up that early, and your happy hour starts probably more about noon.
Yeah, or before, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
So my third favorite place, and I feel like this is the place where people are like, no, do not tell people about this. We don't want more people coming. It is Swamp Bar in Overton Square. This is one of my favorite spots in the city too, for food, drinks. Kelly English spot right next to Second Line. Their happy hour it's just like unbelievably cheap. They have $2 High Lifes, $3 Stellas, $4 House Highballs, $5 Margaritas, which are really good, $5 Anandas, which is Wiseacres IPA, and $6 House Wine. And they do that from Wednesday to Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. So you have the whole weekend in there. And that's just the days they're open. So that's why it starts on Wednesday. So every day they're open, 5 to 7. Really cool vibes, just one of the best spots. And I know I'm going to hear grumbles of, why'd you have to tell people about it?
And you said on the I Love Memphis blog, you have like 15 listed, right?
Yep, if you go to our ilovememphisblog.com right now on our homepage, it's one of our feature stories. You can click on it and you can go through all 15 spots, maybe recommend a spot of your own, and you can check out all those deals. I mean, I don't have to put teasers, like Laughlin's on there. They have a great happy hour, so I'm going to leave that as a little teaser to get people to go to it.
Perfect. All right, Jalen Suchek, really appreciate every time you come on the I Love Memphis blog or come on the Digital Desk to talk about the blog. Always good info, chock full for everybody to see, no matter where you live. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and I hope to see you at a happy hour soon.
Oh, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, my next guest is someone we haven't seen in a while on the Digital Desk, but I happen to see her in real life, and that's always a joy for me. Joining us right now, the food reporter for the Daily Memphian, Ellen Chamberlain, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I saw Ellen at the opening of Mave in Collierville. Mave, owned by the same people with Bog and Barley and Celtic Crossing. How did you enjoy it out there? I loved it. What about you? Good morning.
First of all, I loved running into you. That was probably the highlight of the night. But of course, we love supporting DJ Naylor and all of his restaurant endeavors and everything he pours into Shelby County. I'm still sending people down to try the food at Mabe. I don't know if you got into any of his vegetarian things that he has on that menu there, but it's really, really good.
Yeah, no, I've been there since, and it's been great. It's packed. It's well attended. And I love it, yeah. And always great to hear from you. We should have taken a picture together. I would have shared it. But
I said the same thing. Like, what were we thinking? Although, I did. So people should know that when I ran into Andrew, I definitely looked like a food lady. I think I might have had like 2 plates of food on one arm and another plate on another. Good old server training still activated.
You know what? That's okay, because we were all having fun, and there was food was flowing. It was drinks were as well, and so always a festive time.
Oh,
certainly.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, Ellen, it's almost like a microcosm of the Memphis Mid-South restaurant community, because it was just like we're all having fun, everybody's talking, just busy all around. So what's going on this week that you got going? I know you have a number of different topics.
I do. But before I go into those, I love that you were just talking to Joe, talking about, the restaurant community and even the journalism community. I just spoke to Joe yesterday. So we'll be talking and publishing later today about the food options at the golf tournament, because he's right. If you don't understand the game and if you think it's not for you, if you like food, that's also a nice place to spend some time. Have you gone before and been able to indulge in all the food options?
Oh yeah, it's one of those things where you don't even have to be a golf fan. You can be the most casual golf fan. It's just such an event. It's a Memphis event. And I'm here for it every time that there's a Memphis event going on. And when I went there, when they changed from just the FedEx St. Jude Classic to the FedEx St. Jude Championship, they upped their game on everything. And food was certainly a part of that. And it's been so enjoyable to see. But, there's probably some of the people, we have thousands that watch us, as you know, each and every morning. Maybe some of them haven't been yet. So we're all looking forward to that article in the Daily Memphian, Ellen.
Absolutely, and look out for local folks down there at the Classic. That I think it's really cool that the official partner is Coca-Cola, because it's just like a big deal to see a huge major partner like that wanting to come into the city. But then we are also giving the city back to all of these visitors and to us who love it so much. So barbecue will be represented by the Commissary and the Rendezvous. And Smackers just got added as a food vendor this year. And, they've now got restaurants all over the country, not just here. And there is a really exclusive and luxurious dining experience for the Freight 59 guests that folks should probably take a look at it if they are really interested in getting close to players and having some good food and drink while they're there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, as Joe was mentioning, he was talking about, okay, listen, a lot of people are worried about the heat and the humidity during the FedEx St. Jude, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities to find some cool air-conditioned spots where you can go out and get back in and kind of relax a little bit, including, he mentioned the Tito's bar, so we'll all have to check that out.
Absolutely. But in other food news, this week at the Daily Memphian, I don't know, I guess I'm still maybe have like residual curiosities from the beautiful things that happened at Memphis in May. For that particular event, South Korea was our partner country for that. And so then I started diving into Korean cuisine, and then I went down a rabbit hole and realized we have some pretty cool Asian inspired and influenced bakeries in town. So if you haven't had a chance to check them out yet, they're really cool in terms of the culinary value, but also you're going to learn a lot culturally because these bakeries are self-service. So I went to 3 in town. I went to Sweet Musings out in Cordova. And then here in the city, I went by Bloom Cafe downtown and to Le Jour in like East Memphis. Basically same setup in each one. As soon as you step inside, look for the area that has trays and tongs. Select yourself a tray, select your own tongs, those will be your tongs until you check out. And you just kind of wind your way through the bakery cases and select the things that you want with your tongs, please, of course. And then once you get to the cashier, they'll just total up everything that you've gotten, be it pastry or if it's sweet or savory. And you can either then take your tray to your table and enjoy it right there, or they'll box it up for you so you can take it home. But I really encourage Memphians to check out these flavors. They're so delicate, they're so different from what happens at a traditional bakery, a traditional American bakery. You know, bakeries for us are special. They're for special occasions. They are filled with lots and lots of wonderful sugar that we've taught ourselves to love here in America. But Asian bakeries are designed more so for like everyday venturing, you know, and sampling. The portion sizes are going to be a little bit smaller. The sweetness level is knocked way down, but that doesn't compromise the flavor. And then you can taste a little bit of different places around the globe, you know, the Taiwanese influence out in Cordova versus the Vietnamese influence in East Memphis. But I highly encourage everyone, if you can, check out one of these local Asian influence bakeries.
You definitely sold it. You sold me for sure. I mean, it sounds great. I don't think I've ever seen any kind of article about it either. So this is great stuff. I'm going to check it out and certainly read up on it. I understand that you have another one to kind of combat all the summer heat we've been having with some cool treats out there.
It's so necessary. Like, Andrew, I took a walk the other day, maybe Monday, and I was going to Hive because, you know, mornings require bagels. And on the way home, I was just melting. I said, this is not the way. So I was like, you know what? Perhaps if I had chosen to get something cool, this walk wouldn't have been so terrible. And it just inspired all of the Memphis-made sweet treats that we can really enjoy all year long, thankfully. But this time of year, it feels really good. So I started off talking about Jerry snow cones, and I hear it a lot from Memphians. You know, I never got a chance to experience the original. They're still kicking down in Cordova, and if you want that like authentic, like very nostalgic flavor, definitely pop in there. Eat quickly, it shall melt, but it is so refreshing. If you are a grocery store shopper, you know, we've got sweet treats in your frozen food aisle. Kay's Pints and Scoops is headquartered and located in Whitehaven, but I can get her as close to me as Miss Cordelia's Market in Harbor Town. And I gotta say, Mem Pops, I think I saw a story you all did recently where one of the high school football players who was being interviewed said, we stay cool because of Mem Pops. And I agree.
Exactly. Look at you watching the news. I love it. I love it, Ellen Chamberlain. I appreciate that. Okay, so the last one here. Tell me what and who is the Mushroom Queen?
Oh my gosh, this woman is so spectacular. My colleague Sophia Surrett had an opportunity to speak to her for her weekly column called Food Files. Food Files is really something that you want to be checking out over at the Daily Memphian, and we'll get links to all the stories to post on the website for folks. But in Food Files, that's where you're finding out who's opening, who's closing, who's coming to town, and why. Deja, the Mushroom Queen, is a native Memphian, and what she's bringing to the downtown area is a new activation. It is going to be a dining space available for private dining and pop-ups, and she is known for really selling out some elegant pop-up dining events. I think the most recent one was Umami Amora, which was around the Juneteenth holiday, and that was a 7-course mushroom forward meal. And she collaborated with other chefs for that. Now she's doing her own thing in this space and is available for folks who might want to book her for something on their own. I'm actually going to be tracking her down for something myself. But even if you think you don't like mushrooms, what this Memphis chef is doing will completely change your mind. The first time I ran into her, it was at, I think, a bridal expo, because food, I'll go wherever it is. And many of the food vendors still had lots of food left over at the end of the day. And she had nothing. And that said a lot to me. So she scraped up a little corner of like a Thai noodle dish that she'd made with so much heat and so much flavor. And from that moment on, I knew I'd be following her all over the city. And I hope some of y'all do too.
Ellen Chamberlain on the Action News 5 digital desk. Great to see you again. Great to talk with you, and look forward to checking out all these places that you've been mentioning. And real quick, before we let you go, tell us where people can read some of your articles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Check us out at dailymemphian.com. There's also an app if that's a little bit easier for you. Get your push notifications. And please, by all means, subscribe to Table Talk, my weekly column and newsletter.
Awesome. Ellen, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Have you heard of the Mimosa Festival? It is back in Memphis later this month. Last year, get this, there were more than 7,000 people that attended it. It's coming back to AutoZone Park in downtown Memphis, and there's all kinds of festivities planned outside of the mimosas that we all know and love here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We're talking about fireworks and live performances as well. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I have Jason Spicer, an event coordinator for the Big Mimosa Memphis Festival. Jason, good morning to you. So tell me about the festival. Tell me what's going on. I know that there's a lot of people that love mimosas all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Good morning.
Good morning, man. Yeah, we're excited, man. We are celebrating the 10th Mimosa Festival. Not annual, it's just we've done 10. We typically do 2 a year through Memphis and Nashville, and it's just a huge celebration for 901 Day weekend. So it's both combined in a melting pot for one of the biggest celebrations in Memphis of the year. We're doing live performances. Like you said, there'll be fireworks shows and all kinds of different entertainment, man. We're really, really excited about it.
So tell me about it. This sounds exciting. More than 7,000 people attended last year. This is at AutoZone Park. I've been to festivals at AutoZone Park, and generally people go around the concessions and check things out. So take me through it. So if people were to arrive, this is August 31st at AutoZone Park. Just take me through what people can expect.
Okay. This is the very first time we're doing a Sunset Mimosa Festival. Because of the fireworks show we want to do in celebration of 901 Day in the night, pretty much at 8:45 p.m. So you walk through the gates, you have a wide variety of mimosa stations. You are welcome to go about and try different mimosas. All ticket holders are able to do so. We have some of the most amazing food trucks in the world, I want to say, but we definitely have some amazing food trucks if you want to try food. We have VIP sections, we have general seating, we have grass where you can come sit out on the lawn, all different types of music. We also have the VIP club level where if you just want to sit inside and you want to hang out inside somewhere and get away from the element and look over the festival, kind of have a panoramic view of the entire festival, you can also do that. Also, just fire dancers, all kind of live entertainment, just really entertaining evening. Mimosa Festival has really grown. Like you said, we had 7,000 guests at the last Mimosa Festival, and so we just in celebration, man. We just happy about it. We've never had any issues, and we just want to have a great time and just want to celebrate Memphis.
That sounds fantastic, Jason. When I think of mimosas, I think of orange juice and champagne. Should I be thinking about other things?
Yes, you should be thinking about blueberry mimosas, pineapple mimosas. You should be thinking about man-mosas. Anything that can be done with the mimosa, we pretty much do it.
That sounds awesome. All right. I love it. What else can we talk about, Jason?
We just want the city to come out. We're looking forward to, like I said, this is a first of its kind. Although it's the 10th Mimosa Festival, we're in connection with jumping off 901 Day weekend, and we just want everybody to come out and have an amazing time, enjoy themselves in a very safe environment. Like I said, we have live performances. We have some special guest surprises as well. We have two different stages. We have a hip hop. Well, we have three different stages. We have a hip hop stage, R&B stage, and pretty much a top 100 stage. And so on each of these stages, we're going to do some live performances. We've already released the hip hop stage, which is artist. His name is Lil Bootsy. He'll be performing live. And so the next release will be the R&B stage. So we just want everybody to stay tuned. And I think we'll have an amazing time.
How much are tickets?
General admission tickets are $55. Actually,
Okay.
$52.50 to be exact, plus taxes and fees.
Gotcha. And how long does it gonna last? You said 8:45 it begins?
No. 8:45 p.m. is the time the fireworks start. The festival
I
is
see.
from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Like I said, it's typically 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. We've never done a sunset one, so this is just a special celebration, and we just kind of change things a little bit to kind of up the ante a little bit.
Gotcha. All right, Jason Spicer talking about the Mimosa Festival happening on 901 weekend, specifically Sunday, August 31st. Jason, we appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much, and good luck on the event.
Thank you for having me, man. I got some free tickets for you guys, too.
I love it. Thank you. You sold me already. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man. Have a good day.
Okay, want to give you this live picture right here. This is I-40 on the Mississippi River Bridge, and that appears to be the westbound there where or eastbound, excuse me. You can see through this live picture of our TDOT SmartWay camera, a car that was on fire just a short time ago. You can see a fire truck there. Apologize for the bounciness of this camera, but you can see traffic is very slow going, leaving Arkansas and then coming into Tennessee. So this is once again the eastbound lanes. And so I-40 bridge there, a very bouncy bridge, as you could see at 7:41 this morning on a Thursday. A car that was on fire, now out, but leaking all kinds of stuff on the roadway. One lane of traffic open at this time. This is the I-40 eastbound lane of this bridge here. So it is slow going on a Thursday, and this is just right down the road from the debris that was in the lane on I-40 headed eastbound outside of downtown Memphis. So the eastbound lanes of I-40 across the Mississippi River Bridge and leaving downtown Memphis certainly backed up on this Thursday morning. You're going to probably want to take another alternative route. The I-55 bridge, of course, will get you over the river. And then in that way, you can avoid both issues on the I-40 bridge. Again, take the I-55, the old bridge, over the Mississippi River and then through downtown Memphis. We'll be talking about that throughout the morning here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. We're going to take a short break and back with more in 60 seconds. To the Action News 5 digital desk. We've heard so much about no tax on tips. It was actually signed into law in the big, beautiful bill that President Trump signed earlier this month. But what does that mean for the tens of thousands of service workers all across Memphis and the Mid-South? And who's eligible? How much money could you save? And how do you keep track of it all? Well, these are all great questions, and I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone joining us once again. So, Alan, I know that you probably get a lot of questions with regards to this issue. Where do we begin on this? What do you tell some of those clients, perhaps people who call you and ask, hey, does no tax on tips apply to me? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. Glad to be here. Yeah, let's get right to it. I mean, basically, no tax on tips applies to anybody who gets tipped, whether it's restaurant service workers, valets, anyone like that who receives tips. There's also no tax on overtime. So that's a big benefit for some of those same workers who work overtime, might be eligible for time and a half. There's no tax on that. Of course, that's a much larger universe of folks. So, the big, beautiful bill for working people was beautiful because this is going to save real working people money from taxes and hopefully will, now, you mentioned, keeping up with it. Now, you got to keep up with it in case you're ever audited because there is a cap on it. It's about $25,000 of tips. So you're taxed on things above that. But it is a good step forward for working class Americans, I think.
Okay, good to know. And thank you for weighing in on that. I was going to ask about a cap. Is there a cap on something like this? And what do you recommend, Alan, as the best way to keep track of these tips and overtime as well?
Well, we're all walking around with more computing power in our phones than that was used to send folks to the moon back in the 60s. So there are all kinds of apps out there where you can, log your tips at the end of your shift to keep track of it all so that when it's time to go to do your taxes, you can provide all of that to your tax preparer. Sometimes if you're paid by credit card, the company will give you, a record of that as well. And the last thing is it's old school, but there's nothing that replaces a good spiral bound notebook. You can get them in all kinds of sizes and just keep track of it that way. I would imagine, most of my clients who are restaurant workers, for example, they keep track of it pretty much as you go, and make sure you're keeping track of the tips that you keep. Some, in some situations you may, if you're a waiter or waitress, you may split your tips with the bus folks or someone else in the facility, and so make sure you're only you're keeping track of all of that, so that you don't you're not getting taxed on money that you didn't actually receive because you paid it out to someone else.
So let me ask you, you mentioned it just briefly. Is there a cap? Is $25,000 the cap on this?
Yeah, yes, $25,000 is the cap. So anything above that, you'd be taxed on regularly.
Okay, got it. And so essentially, you're saving an individual who's in the service industry, gets tips, whatnot. I mean, how much are they going to be able to save? Is it ballpark?
Well, it depends on the tax bracket, but anywhere from a third to 25% of that $25,000. If you hit the top. Andrew, your producer, told me there would be no math, So I don't want to do that math in my head, on the fly. But someone can do that, and that's thousands of dollars. I mean, for most of my clients, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in savings is a huge amount, and so I think it's a great thing.
Yes, and you mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, this is anyone who gets tipped or anyone who receives some sort of tip, overtime, that sort of thing, is eligible. It doesn't have to be a certain, waitress, server, host, that sort of thing, right?
Well, that's right. Mainly, I think we're looking at restaurant workers who are the most tipped, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's also what we call the tip credit, which is a special wage and hour law for folks that are customarily tipped. And if a large part of your revenue or compensation is tip based, then this applies to you. And then if you're eligible for overtime, the overtime element of this applies to you as well.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alan? This has all been very helpful for the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
I would say this, that the tip credit, particularly for restaurant workers, is often abused. And so if someone feels like they're sharing tips with people they shouldn't be sharing tips with, or you're not getting credit for all your tips, then you ought to go see the Department of Labor or an employment lawyer about that, because people who are subject to it, and I'll tell other listeners and watchers too, most waiters and waitresses are paid $2.13 an hour plus tips, and so tip your waiters and waitresses. Over tip your waiters and waitresses if they do a good job, because that's where they're getting most of their compensation, and most people don't really know that.
Great advice there from Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone on the Action News 5 digital desk. Alan, again, thanks for your time here. We appreciate all the knowledge. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Always glad to be on the program.
Appreciate it, Alan. Okay, we want to give you a live picture right now of the I-40 bridge there. This is over the Mississippi River headed into Tennessee. So this is eastbound. Live pictures of what's left of a car that was on fire that now first responders are trying to clean it up as quickly as possible and get traffic moving more smoothly. You could see one lane of traffic there across the bridge, heading from Arkansas into Tennessee. We've been talking all morning long about just right down the road on the same area headed eastbound, coming out of downtown Memphis. There is closure of lanes due to debris on I-40. So it is a mess there headed eastbound on I-40 over the bridge and then out of downtown into eastbound areas. So best alternative route is the I-55 bridge. You can bypass all this mess going on I-55 bridge through downtown and then connect later on to I-40. So we'll be watching this here on Action News 5's digital desk. But again, these are live pictures as first responders. You can see firefighters there trying to clean up and get that area as clean as possible for this morning commute, and you can see traffic backed up considerably. We're going to take a short break now. More Action News 5's digital desk in 1 minute. In the summer months, those hot, humid, warm temperatures, they bring out all kinds of critters. We're talking about bugs, some nasty ones there. You got the mosquitoes, you got ticks, you got spiders, and all kinds of different things. What are the best methods to protect yourself from the bugs that we see across Memphis and the Mid-South this summer? Let's bring in someone in the know. We got Dr. Anna Yang joining us once again on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is a physician at Regional 1 Hospital. And Dr. Yang, there are so many critters just crawling around all over the place, and some are obviously more dangerous than others. What are some of the best methods to escape a bug bite this summer? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Yes, the spring and the summer definitely bring back the critters in full force. There's a lot of different ones out there right now. I mean, the best thing you can do is to make sure you protect yourself. You know, there's a lot of different types of insect repellent out there to put on, and make sure, you know, the clothing that you have will also help protect against bug bites, especially if you're going to be, you know, messing around places where bugs like to hide. For the most part, bugs aren't there trying to bite you. They're trying to avoid you for the most part. So, you know, try to avoid places where you might disturb you know, bugs that are resting, and make sure you wear protective clothing, bug spray. And a lot of bugs also tend to be more active in the dawn and dusk time periods. So, you know, generally being more careful during those times is important.
Yeah, good advice there, Dr. Yang. What about here in the Mid-South and what you see in your practice? What are the bug bites that really cause people a lot of problems?
So most bug bites are no big deal. Some bug bites you don't even feel happening and they don't do anything. Maybe they're a little bit itchy, maybe they hurt a little bit, but most bug bites are not a problem at all. Some bug bites, like mosquitoes and ticks, they can transmit illnesses. So we do have to be a little bit more careful with them. So, you know, there are a couple of cases of West Nile virus so far this year here in Tennessee. So you do have to watch out for that. So most bugs, though, don't really cause anything. Tick bites as well. In this area, there's not very much Lyme disease. It's not impossible, but there's not very much of it. We do have Rocky Mountain spotted fever here too, though. So if you do, you know, go in areas and wooded places like that may have ticks, make sure you check yourself afterwards, check your family members, check your pets. And if you see any ticks, make sure you try to remove them early. And as far as, you know, other things like stinging insects like wasps and bees and things like that, most of the time, again, these are just, you know, painful stings. Make sure you get the stinger out, you know, wash it. You know, if you need some topical medications just to kind of help the local reaction, that's totally fine. But, you know, if you have any systemic symptoms, you know, allergic reaction type symptoms, or you're having trouble breathing, you know, back of your throat or your tongue or your mouth is swelling, or you get a rash all over your body, make sure you get medical care for things like that quickly.
You know, I know spiders are an issue, certainly, and the brown recluse is one of those that people need to watch for here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Can you explain a little bit to our audience some of the issues with the brown recluse?
Sure. So the two venomous spiders that we have here in Tennessee, those are the brown recluse and the black widow. Both spiders are pretty easy to spot, and the good news is they don't want to bite you. They like to hide in places, you know, dark places that are undisturbed, basements underneath, you know, rocks and debris and things like that. So for the most part, you won't encounter them. But if you are, you know, rummaging through areas that haven't been disturbed in a while, you know, digging under things or pulling up rocks and things like that, then you definitely do need to be especially careful for these two things. The brown recluse spider, there is no anti-venom for. Most of the time, these also do fine, but they can cause some localized tissue destruction and necrosis. So the most important thing for these is wound care, keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't get infected. And if they are really painful, or they're getting worse, or they're, you know, changing or getting deeper or turning dark inside, or, you know, something doesn't look right or feel right about it, then definitely go get checked out. But even these, most of the time, do fine.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, bugs, bug bites, trying to prevent it, but as a result, they don't?
So I don't really have anything specific for that. Most people actually do a pretty good job of protecting themselves. The most important thing is just to remember that they are out there and, use some common sense and put that bug spray on and, not reach for things that you haven't at least looked at first or, forget to protect yourself, gloves, making sure you're wearing good protective shoes and clothing. But as long as you keep those things in mind, you really can avoid most of the dangers from bugs and insects out there.
If people don't want to put DEET in terms of bug spray on themselves, what do you recommend as a safe alternative to DEET?
Yeah, there are a lot of different insect repellents out there that don't contain DEET. So, take a look at all the options out there. There are some things that can contain more natural chemicals and things like that that don't contain DEET that are still effective in preventing bugs from getting to you.
Okay. Do you recommend any? I know that lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, some others, right?
Yep, there are those for sure. They have those, bracelets out there that contain some, natural type chemicals and, fragrances and stuff like that that tend to keep away bugs. But yes, all those things you mentioned are definitely reasonable alternatives to try.
Okay, Dr. Anna Yang, appreciate you coming on the digital desk to help us all just kind of avoid some of those nasty bugs out there, some ugly bugs, if you will, on the this summer here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always.
All right, thanks.
Michael, are you with us?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, it's Andrew Douglas. Just wanted to say hello. We got about 45 seconds until we come to you.
No worries, Andrew. It's good to see you as always. Haven't seen you in the gym
absolutely.
lately.
Do me a favor. Can you tilt your camera down a little bit? You have a little too much headroom.
Okay. How's this?
Much better. Much better. Thank you.
Much better? Okay.
Yeah, that looks good. All right.
All right.
We'll talk to you in just a second, okay?
Got it.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking a lot about that traffic accident. We'll continue to follow that here on the digital desk. But right now, I want to talk about Healthier 901 Fest. This is coming back once again to Shelby Farms Park at the end of the month, August 30th. And joining me now to talk more about it is our friend Michael Ugwicki, the CEO of Methodist Lobato Healthcare, joining us on the digital desk. Michael, good morning to you. First off, tell us about Healthier 901 Fest. I know a lot of people were there last year. This is the third annual, but some people might not have heard about this and some of the main topics, the main reasons why you guys are doing this. Good morning to you. Tell us about it.
Good morning, Andrew. It's always good to see you, and thanks for having me this morning. Yes, I am really excited about the Healthier 901 Fest coming up August 30th. As you said, this is our third year of this event. By the way, it is free, plenty of parking spaces there, and it's weekend before Labor Holiday. So I want to encourage everyone to come and participate as part of this festival. It is the one festival that is dedicated to just health and health alone. So the vendors, the events, activities all around that day start from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be all dedicated to health. So we started this, Andrew, 3 years ago, primarily to address the issues of obesity, cancer, cardiovascular diseases in our community. As you know, we do community health needs assessment every 3 years. The last one we did actually showed that we were one of the cities or one of the towns in our country that have high incidence of obesity, heart disease, and cancer. So we wanted to address it at the root cause, which is really trying to watch what we eat and exercise more. I know it's hard, it's not easy, but this is one way to really make it fun. So we encourage everyone to download the app, Healthier 901 app, go to the App Store, begin to put your data in there so you can actually track how you're doing. We send them feedbacks to provide you additional information on what to do to continue to stay healthy. Engage your members of your community, whether they're co-workers, church members, friends, and challenge them. I am really excited about this event coming up, Andrew. We have seen some progress. Over 13,000 members of our community have signed up on the app. In fact, we've seen almost 277 million calories burned over the 2-3 years that we've been doing this. And people have walked over 1 million miles, in addition to really taking more than 2 billion steps. So these are all, improvements in people's health, and that's what this is about. Again, we couldn't do this without the partnerships, as you well know. You guys are our first partner in this. I appreciate that, and I want to thank you guys for that. Kroger, Nike, as well as Cigna are all our partners, including YMCA. So really excited about this.
Yeah, no question. And just for everyone's familiar, once again, I want to reiterate, Michael, what you mentioned earlier, and that this is Labor Day weekend, okay? So this is the Saturday before Labor Day, August 30th, from 10 to 2 at Shelby Farms Park. All kinds of fun things to do there, fitness, food, music, giveaways, that sort of thing. And it's, as you mentioned, it's completely free. So do people need to sign up to register? How is it going to work?
So show up, bring your family members, come one, come all, as they say, bring your dog if you can. This is a fun-filled event. There is no registration required. We just want people to come out, socialize, meet their neighbors and friends, and talk about how they can work together to get healthier. That's what this is about. So it is powered by Methodist because we truly believe in improving every life that we touch. And that's one of the ways that we get out in the community to help our community members stay healthier.
Fantastic, Michael. And I know that this was started with the goal in mind to have Memphis and the Mid-South collectively lose 1 million pounds. How are we in reaching that goal?
It is... we're not there yet, of course. When we set that goal for 1 million pounds lost 3 years ago, we knew that it was a very tough goal, but you got to start somewhere. I think a wise person once said, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one single step. So we put that goal out there to encourage people to really reach deep and work harder so we can get down to a healthier community. So it's a journey. It's not a destination. So we know that, and we're excited that our members of our community are rising to that occasion.
All right, Michael Ugwicki joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about Healthier 901 Fest at Shelby Farms Park, Saturday, August 30th from 10 to 2, completely free. Lots of fun, lots of fitness, food, and great times for the whole family. We appreciate your time, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Another live look from our High Five camera here as we go to break on this Thursday. Beautiful day, 75 degrees, 8:08. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 10 o'clock this morning, then into the afternoon hours. Highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still, a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week. And overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are in the midst of back-to-school season, and it's so important to make sure your vaccines are up to date. A lot of times in a lot of school districts, you can't go back to school. You can't enter the classroom unless those vaccines are up to date. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue. I'm joined by Dr. Rich Besser. He's president and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson's Foundation, also a former acting director of the CDC. Rich, good morning to you. So let's talk a little bit about the importance of vaccines and how essential it is for not only children but adults. Good morning.
Yeah, you know, Andrew, I practiced pediatrics for more than 30 years, and I know that as a pediatrician, there was nothing that I did that had more proven value than making sure that my patients were vaccinated fully and on time. And to make that a reality, it meant spending a lot of time with parents, listening to their questions, taking them seriously, and giving them answers so that they could make the right decisions for their children. One of the challenges that we have right now for children and for adults is that there's so much misinformation being spread around that it's hard for people to know where to go to find out the truth about vaccines. So I would encourage people to talk to their own doctors, their nurses, their pharmacists about vaccines so they can make an informed decision.
What are some of the questions that you hear about? Okay, we're back live here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This is inside the Lake County, Tennessee courtroom. A judge just arrived. He is the judge that's going to preside over the arraignment of 28-year-old Austin Drummond, expected to be charged formally with 4 counts of first-degree murder. Let's listen in.
Folks in the media as well, everybody here, I appreciate all of you being here. I just want to say to everyone here, if you please could just do a couple of things for me, okay? I just want to make you aware. There's going to be some things that are read today. These are allegations at this time, but there's going to be some things that are read out loud that's probably not going to be pleasant to hear. There's going to be some things discussed that are going to be difficult to hear. But if you would, just please try to keep the courtroom in order. I'm going to do my best to do that. All I ask is for you to do the same. If there is an outburst of any type, I will have to ask our deputies to have you escorted from the courtroom. If there are further outbursts, then contempt of court may be issued. Last thing I want to see happen, okay? But y'all just work with me, okay?
Okay, these are live pictures as we await the suspect expected to come in at any moment. This is Lake County, Tennessee, in the courtroom. The judge just arrived moments ago, and we are waiting for 28-year-old Austin Drummond to face his first arraignment in court. He is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder for the death of 4 family members in Lake County last month, and the abandonment of one 7-month-old daughter that was found in nearby Dyer County as well. That baby is fine, unharmed. Now we are waiting for Austin Drummond, who was on the run for a week until authorities picked him up and arrested him in Jackson, Tennessee on Tuesday morning. So we are awaiting him, expected to be in court momentarily. And if you heard the judge just a moment ago, he asked everyone to refrain from any kind of outbursts, any kind of yelling. He just kind of, what's typical in these type of cases, a judge laying out the decorum in his courtroom. There's not going to be any outbursts. There's not going to be any kind of yelling or profanity, anything like that. It's going to be conducted in a very professional manner as he goes through the proper arraignment process. Again, live pictures from Lake County, Tennessee, where 28-year-old Austin Drummond is expected at any moment here to arrive and to face the counts of first-degree murder among a host of other charges that he is expected to face with regards to what happened last month with the murders of 4 members of one family and the abandonment of a 7-month-old child that happened in Dyer County Again, this goes back a couple of weeks now to when this all happened, and this was a national manhunt that took place. He was spotted in Jackson, Tennessee, called in by someone who was painting a house and saw some man walking out of the woods, and it turned out to be 28-year-old Austin Drummond. He was picked up, and as we await this, he was picked up in court, or rather in this wooded area. That is a picture of him being arrested from Jackson, Tennessee police. There's another picture of him as he was taken into custody on Tuesday morning there after someone called it in early Tuesday morning. So this was something, the culmination of so much that happened over the better part of 7 days of people searching, local, state, federal authorities going literally door to door in one apartment complex nearby. As you could see in this video, that happened one day before he was captured in Jackson, Tennessee. And certainly a lot in that small community, a lot of people were very concerned about him and his whereabouts. And again, someone called it in, and fortunately he was picked up on Tuesday morning in Jackson, Tennessee, ending this week-long manhunt that gripped not only West Tennessee, but also much of the nation looking for this man and why. Yeah, okay. And let me go back to these live pictures here, because it appears that he may be on a video camera here going through the arraignment. Let's go ahead and try and listen in to what authorities are about to do here as they await the formal arraignment process.
Gerald, do you mind if I use your laptop to speak to Mr. Drummond? Because our computers were not able to get video. I apologize. If you don't mind doing that, I appreciate that. I apologize. Thank you, General. Give me 1 second.
Okay, he's going to be on video arraignment. We're getting some information from our reporter there inside the courtroom. He's going to be on video, apparently for his own safety. They're going to do this arraignment on video. He is not going to be in the courtroom, but he is going to be via Zoom getting this arraignment. So let's listen in here.
Officer Defoe, we're ready.
Again, you're looking live pictures from Lake County, Tennessee, where we are expecting at a moment's notice murder suspect Austin Drummond get his arraignment via Zoom on video here. Let's listen in. Okay, and as we continue to wait here, I'm going to just tell you some of the information, the backstory of why they are doing this via video and not in person. We understand that Austin Drummond has received many death threats since his arrest. People threatening vigilante justice, threatening his life, really, because of what he's accused of doing here. And as we mentioned, and as we've been mentioning, he's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder in the death of a family in Lake County, and then the abandonment of a 7-month-old baby girl in Dyer County. So he has faced multiple threats over the last week or so regarding his safety. So in an effort to really kind of give him a safe arraignment, he is appearing via video right now. That is the chair in a cell, but you could see there's a number of different pictures, and they are working on the audio. Apparently there's an audio issue right now that court workers are working on to establish not only the audio but the video feed properly so that they can go through this arraignment and do it in a formal and expedited process to make it official that he is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. The judge taking a pause right now to make sure that the video feed and the audio feed work properly for 28-year-old Austin Drummond, who right now is, you can see there in, right now, it should be in that chair, but you see in these boxes here, we have a quad box. If you can watch right now, we have this quad box here where you see the judge lower left, the audience upper left, the empty chair, which is expected to be where Austin Drummond is supposed to sit, and then you see an attorney there in the lower right. So again, live pictures from this video feed that we are expecting Austin Drummond to be arraignment at any moment. It's going to be a video arraignment because of the threats on his life, essentially people threatening vigilante justice for what he's accused of. And again, he's accused of killing 4 family members in Tiptonville, Lake County. Let's go ahead and listen in. Okay, and you can see the judge looks to be getting a little impatient here, but right now you can see the upper right-hand portion of this quad box. It looks to be where they're going to bring in Austin Drummond in that chair, that empty chair that you see in a cell, so they can arraign him and be on with the business of the day. They're waiting for all of that. You can see, again, just kind of explaining what we're looking at right now, these live pictures from Lake County, Tennessee, in a courtroom. This is happening, an arraignment for the murder suspect, Austin Drummond, in court via Zoom, via video, facing 4 counts of first-degree murder in Lake County due to the fact that we had heard earlier that he has had several threats on his life, and so they're doing this, appearing in video in order to protect his safety, while at the same time making sure that he is officially arraigned on these counts against him. So we are awaiting that coverage, and we are waiting for him to appear on video so we can go ahead and move forward in this process. This is something that began Tuesday of last week. This is when Austin Drummond was on the run after authorities found 4 family members murdered in Tiptonville, Tennessee. That's Lake County. And certainly it was something that gripped not only West Tennessee, but also the nation when they found out that 4 family members were all killed and they were all looking for this one suspect, this 28-year-old Austin Drummond. He was found just a short time ago this week, on Tuesday of this week, 2 days ago. That is a picture of him being arrested 2 days ago in Jackson, Tennessee by the police department there. But it is certainly something that was a long time coming. Many people concerned. They were very concerned because he was captured on surveillance video in various areas around West Tennessee. He was captured on surveillance video holding a rifle in his hand, and it was something that had many people concerned, and they had found his Audi vehicle abandoned in West Tennessee. Okay, here we go. Finally,
Okay.
There he is.
Drummond,
Let's
we are
listen
here
in.
this morning to arraign you on these charges. It's my responsibility to notify you of them and what you were charged with. First charge this morning that you have before the court is one count of first-degree murder. It's alleged that on 29th of July, Mr. Braden Williams was located deceased from apparent gunshot wounds on Carrington Road in Tiptonville in Lake County, Tennessee. During the course of the investigation, it was determined that Mr. Drummond did with premeditation knowingly and intentionally kill Mr. Braden Keith Williams with the use of a firearm. It's alleged he did commit this offense also while being in possession of a firearm after being convicted of a felony, being aggravated robbery in Madison County, Tennessee. He has one count, therefore, of first-degree murder and unlawful possession of a firearm. Second charge you have, sir, is first-degree murder and one other count of unlawful possession of a firearm. It's alleged during the course of investigation that a James Wilson was located deceased from apparent gunshot wounds in Lake County, Tennessee on Carrington Road. It was determined that you with premeditation knowingly and intentionally killed Mr. Wilson with the use of a firearm. It's also alleged, based on the same facts or circumstances, that you are a convicted felon out of Madison County. In addition to that, sir, you also have one count of first-degree murder and unlawful possession of a weapon. It's alleged that you, during the course of investigation, officers determined that Mr. Drummond, with premeditation, knowingly and intentionally killed Miss Adriana Williams in Lake County, Tennessee, on Carrington Road. She was discovered from an apparent gunshot wound, deceased. In addition to that, he also is a convicted felon out of Madison County, Tennessee. You also, sir, have one count of first-degree murder and an additional unlawful possession of a weapon. It's alleged during the course of the investigation, officers determined that you did with premeditation knowingly, intentionally kill Miss Courtney Rose with the use of a firearm. She was discovered deceased from apparent gunshot wounds on Carrington Road in Lake County, Tennessee. It's alleged, in addition to that, sir, as previously stated, you are a convicted felon allegedly from the county of Madison in Tennessee. Ms. Jessica, do we have the other charge? I don't have anything kidnapping. Never mind. Sorry about that, Mr. Drummond. In addition to that, finally, he has one count of aggravated kidnapping and a possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. It's alleged that all of the victims in the case that previously were mentioned were located deceased from apparent gunshot wounds on the same date. A minor child with the date of birth 12/12/2024 with the initials WW was discovered left in the front of a residence in Dyer County, Tennessee. States that Mr. Drummond committed the offense of aggravated kidnapping by false imprisonment, which was committed to facilitate the commission of a felony or flight. It's alleged he committed this offense also possessing a firearm during the commission of said dangerous felony. When he possessed a firearm, he therefore has those counts. General Goodman, is the state moving forward with felony charges in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Mr. Drummond, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you at this time on your behalf, being that you do not have counsel appointed or retained to represent you. Are you going to be able to hire an attorney, sir, to represent you, or will you need me to ask you questions about your finances to appoint you an attorney?
I'm not going to be able to hire an attorney.
Okay. Sir, if you could, to the best of your ability, please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You put your hand down, sir. Mr. Drummond, prior to being taken in on these charges, sir, were you working anywhere?
I have a business, inflatable run business, kids parties, part-time shows, decorations, stuff like that.
So you were self-employed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is what I'm going to ask you, sir. Obviously, that may vary depending on how much business you generate monthly. If you could estimate for me what your monthly income would be from that business?
It varied, but it was around $46,000 a month.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, a lot of it, I was just starting it up, a lot of the money went right back in to investing in the
When did you start the business, sir?
I started LLC in February. I believe I started operations just a month or two ago.
Just a month or two ago? Okay. Sir, let me ask you, do you own a home? Do you own a vehicle? I'm sorry?
I do, it's cities right now.
Okay. Can you tell me the make and model of the vehicle, sir?
And County Day 3,
Okay. You recall how much you paid for that vehicle?
$12,000.
Okay. Are you still, are you making payments on the vehicle?
No, sir.
Do you have a checking or savings account, sir?
Yes.
Do you know roughly at this moment how much is in that checking or savings account?
$500.
General, I think due to the sort of the uncertainty of his business, I think that based on that and the fact he doesn't own much personal property, I think he does qualify as indigent for appointment to council. I have reached out previously to Mr. Brian Huffman out of Covington, and he has told me he is willing to take the appointment in this case. So what I'm going to do is appoint Mr. Brian Huffman to represent Mr. Drummond in this case. Mr. Drummond, Mr. Brian Huffman is an attorney in Covington, Tennessee. He is going to be appointed in this case to represent you, sir. We're going to get his contact information to you, and also we're going to get his information for where to contact him and locate him and be able to discuss your case with him. We'll be happy to get that to you, and we're going to send you his files we're going to send your files to his office for him to review that. Okay. General, does the state wish to be heard on bond at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state intends to seek the death penalty. This is a capital case. We're asking that he be held without bond. In addition to that, he has a bond out of circuit court. We have filed motions to revoke those bonds. That will be heard later in the month of August in circuit court.
Mr. Drummond, what I'm going to do before I make a position on bond, I'm going to ask you some questions, sir. And if this information is not correct, sir, please just tell me if it is not, okay? Can you still hear me okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 16 O'Neill Oakway, Apartment E in Jackson. Is that a good address for you, sir?
Not anymore. 54 Harmony Lane, Jackson, Tennessee, 38001.
Okay. How long have you lived at that address, sir?
54 Harmony Lane or 16 O'Neill Oakway?
I'll make it easier. How long have you lived in the city of Jackson?
Since I was released in September of last year.
Okay. Before you were incarcerated on your previous charge, where were you living at?
6 Lynchburg Road, Jackson, Tennessee.
Okay, so for the majority of your life, have you lived in Jackson, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any family in Lake County, Tennessee?
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask him questions about whether he is a prior convicted felon. I obviously don't want him to incriminate himself for that purpose. Folks, in the state of Tennessee, bond is a guaranteed right, with the exception of one incident when it is a capital offense and when the proof is evident or is great. Based on the affidavits I have read here today, it does appear that for purposes of bond, in addition to not only what the statute says, but first and foremost, that it's the court's responsibility to take into consideration the safety posed to the community. The court finds that the defendant will be held without bond, and he'll be remanded into the custody of the Lake County Sheriff's Department, pending all appearances and hearings in this matter.
May I address one other issue?
Yes, sir.
The state is also requesting a restraining order, not just as a condition of bond, but as a restraining order besides that, and that would be for the family of victims Courtney Rose, Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, and James Williams.
Mr. Drummond, let me go over with you, sir, what the general has said.
I'm sorry, and also the minor child, WW, who was the minor child.
Yes, sir. I was going to include that, General, but I appreciate you mentioning that. Mr. Drummond, what I'm going to do is, this is something that obviously you do not have this in front of you at the moment. I'm going to be sending to you in a moment through one of our deputies to the jail. We're going to be sending you a form called Notice of Bond Conditions. And what that's going to tell you is that you have bond conditions that you must follow. Obviously, if you are incarcerated, you will not be out on bond. But if you were to be granted bond at a later date, then these bond conditions would apply. But your bond conditions are you should have no contact with any of the family members of the victims in this matter, the alleged victims in this matter, Miss Courtney Rose, Miss Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, and Matthew Wilson. In addition to that, sir, you cannot possess a firearm under any circumstances, and you cannot have any contact as well with the minor child that's alleged to be involved in this incident. The court is also going to put a condition down that you must keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Brian Huffman. In addition to that, sir, the court is going to issue restraining orders separate from your bond conditions that state you must not have any contact with these victims at all throughout the entire cause of action. The court is going to send those over to you. You will be served a copy of those. I told Mr. Huffman I did not discuss the possibility. I wanted to wait until he's officially appointed. If your office would like for me to go ahead and set another appearance date before the preliminary hearing, I'm fine to do that, General. What's the state's position?
We set the others for August 14th. We'd like to keep all these together and set that date if possible.
Okay. Mr. Drummond, I'm going to continue your case to August the 14th, sir, at 9 a.m. Mr. Huffman will be in contact with you prior to that to go over your case, and he will be able to hopefully answer any questions that he has for you, sir, okay? Or that you have for him. I apologize. We will see you back here then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. As long as it's not related to the facts of your case or anything that could infringe on your Fifth Amendment rights, I'm fine with that, sir.
I'm just wondering, is now the time I need to ask for a quick speedy trial, or how's that?
Well, now that I've appointed you counsel, any motions that will be filed will go through your attorney, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. All right, folks, the case is continued to August 14th at 9 o'clock. Thank you. We are going to also take up Mr. Powell. I believe I was told that they're going to bring him over. So you folks who are here from the media, if y'all want to stick around for that, I'm fine to let you do that, okay?
Okay, you're watching live coverage there of the arraignment of murder suspect Austin Drummond. A bit of information coming out of that arraignment this morning. First things first, he arraigned him on 4 counts of first-degree murder and an aggravated kidnapping charge with regards to the 7-month-old baby that was left abandoned in a Dyer County area community in connection with the murder of these 4 family members. Again, these are the charges that Austin Drummond is facing. Also a possession of a firearm, that sort of thing. Here's the other thing, a bit of news here. This is going to be a death penalty case. So prosecutors also mentioned that they are going to seek the death penalty in this case. Austin Drummond's going to be held without bond in this case as well. He's not allowed to have any contact with family members, no contact whatsoever from the family members of the victims involved in this case. And then finally, there was some back and forth asking about his financial situation. There has now been a court-appointed attorney to Austin Drummond as well. He is expected back via via arraignment, perhaps on video again, 1 week from today, August 14th. That's next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning in Lake County, Tennessee. So again, the basic headlines coming out of this arraignment, he is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, also facing an aggravated kidnapping charge, a possession of a firearm by a felony, and as a court-appointed attorney. The other big footnote here is that prosecutors will be seeking the death penalty in this case. So that's something that we are following here on Action News 5. For more information, of course, you can go to actionnews5.com, our free news app, and then we're going to have a live report with Michaela Redmond later on Action News 5, certainly during our midday report. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. We are back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. What's up, man? I know, I can tell, man. You're looking sharp, dude. How you doing? Good, good. Oh, thank you. Definitely need coffee on today.
We're all just ride the winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 9-10 o'clock this morning. Then into the afternoon hours, highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine, with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, you know, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still, a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week and overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to show you live pictures right now. This is once again the I-40 bridge, okay? So this is Arkansas into Tennessee, and you can still see that one lane of traffic that's been blocked off here. This has happened now for the better part of an hour or so because there was a car that was on fire. First responders responded to this area to try and clean it up as quickly as possible while at the same time making sure traffic is running smoothly. It is running certainly, but there's only one lane open. So as a result, you can see traffic is significantly backed up. This is the traffic going from Arkansas into Tennessee. So this is traffic eastbound into Tennessee on Interstate 40. Best alternative route to take I-55, the I-55 bridge from Arkansas into Tennessee. So if you can avoid this area, again, the I-40 bridge over the Mississippi River, the I-40 bridge eastbound, so from Arkansas into Tennessee. We'll continue to follow this here. One lane of traffic there on your Thursday morning commute. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is an Ole Miss professor that's part of a study that was just published in the Journal of American Medical Association. The study found that there is a 500% plus spike in nitrous oxide deaths. Nitrous oxide, of course, is known as laughing gas, and the alarming spike happened between 2010 and 2023. On the Action News 5 digital desk, we are joined by that professor, Ole Miss researcher, Dr. Andrew Yockey, to talk more about these findings, including who it's affecting the most. Andrew, good morning to you. So tell me first off the genesis behind this study. Why did you do it? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on. And so my colleague Rachel Hoopsick and I wanted to study the mortality rate behind nitrous oxide because we've been noticing poisonings and deaths starting to increase. And so using CDC Wonder mortality data, we figured out that between 2010 and 2023, like you said, deaths from nitrous oxide mortality have increased nearly 600%.
It's a crazy number, and something that surprised me when I was reading about it. So in 2010, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2010, 23 deaths. 2023, 156 deaths, a 578% increase over time. Why is this happening? Any idea? What did your study find on that?
Yeah, I mean, we really don't know a lot about the epidemiology of nitrous oxide misuse in the US. A lot of our data actually comes from the United Kingdom. And so one kind of puzzle influence that we're trying to figure out is why is this happening? But some hypotheses are that some of these products are being marketed towards young people with great flavors, great packaging, much like Big Tobacco did back in the 90s and 2000s. And so really the availability of these products, easily accessible on Amazon still. I actually checked this morning. There's no ID requirements behind these products. And so really a lot of these products, a lot of these companies are really getting away with distributing these products to youth. And I think it also speaks to a lot of the youth don't feel that nitrous oxide is dangerous until an unfortunate case happens.
You know, it reminds me, Andrew, of what we saw over the last 10, 15 years with regards to Chinese vaping, Juul, fentanyl, and some of those deaths associated with that. A lot of people are concerned about some of those vapes that are directly from China. Are these new canisters of laughing gas, are they, and I know based upon some of the research I did here, is that some of those canisters have different flavors that are more enticing to young people. Are they from China? Is this perhaps something that may be laced with something?
Really don't know yet. I would say a lot of these products also are marketed here in the US. There's kind of been this lax regulation towards the use. Now, some products may come from China and elsewhere, but I would say the majority of these products are here in the US. And that's really very surprising because, again, we're trying to reduce substance use. But again, these products are really flooding the market and causing significant deaths.
Yeah, I'm seeing how the FDA has a warning list out of 15 products, and their flavors are like blueberry, cotton candy, bubble gum, mango. You know, it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do, and it's kind of infuriating as a parent to see this kind of stuff. And I know that there are thousands of people who are watching us right now, Andrew. What would you suggest to some of the thousands of people who are watching that maybe are concerned and are just hearing about this for the first time?
Yeah, and actually I learned about these products from my students. And I was infuriated because these products have no public health benefit. These have no medicinal value. And again, when I think of laughing gas, you're going to the dentist's office, but these are very small amounts being used by trained professionals. And we've spoken to parents who have actually lost their sons and daughters to nitrous oxide poisoning. And I'm not for drug bans, but these are products that technically should never have been marketed, never been on the market. So what I encourage parents to do is become more aware, really investigate into research, and maybe contact their local representatives. Again, these are products that should have never been marketed. So what we're trying to do is really investigate the risk factors, but then also try to prevent these from getting into the hands of youth. Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult. I think some of our research, we want to try to monitor these products. Right now, we're trying to do some studies on where these products are coming from, but essentially, I mean, I checked this morning, these products are still on the market.
Yeah, it sounds terrible here. I guess, you know, just parents need to be vigilant in addition to some of the kids out there. Anything else we can touch on that was of note in the study that you did?
You know, for me, I think no one should be using nitrous oxide recreationally. I mean, two of the main kind of health problems are hypoxia, so you cut off oxygen to the brain. There was actually a recent report, someone got frostbite in their mouth. These are products designed not for recreational use. And so what I would love to see is more community gathering, more attention to this problem, because I feel like there's been some isolated incidents and then it just kind of goes away. But our research shows that this product is definitely not going away. And when the new data comes out, we're going to be looking at to see if there's been also an increase from 2023 to 2024. So yeah, I would really think that these products should never be marketed, and really, again, to prevent future initiation for youth.
I also saw where doctors say nitrous oxide overuse can rot the hippocampus. Hippocampus is a part of the brain that is about memories and recalls and short-term and long-term memories, that sort of thing. In addition to everything else you mentioned with oxygen to the brain, that sort of thing. That new information, when does that come out? You said 2024 numbers are about to come out. When does that come out? And hopefully you can join us on the digital desk with that information.
Yeah, I would love to. We're hoping, hopefully by October, November, those numbers will come out. And actually at Ole Miss, we're going to be doing some surveys in the fall to look at prevalence and risk factors of nitrous oxide misuse among college students. Because again, these products are readily available and they're actually being targeted almost to college students now. So and then we're going to try to do some additional research looking at what are actually in these products. We do some chemical analysis. So much like previous research that we have found, some certain products are being marketed, but they contain metals like zinc and lead. I imagine that these products are just not gas. They're gas and something else. So this is definitely a fruitful area for research that we are continuing. But again, we're trying to get those numbers and then also work with collaborators overseas.
Okay, Andrew Yockey joining us on the digital desk, an Ole Miss researcher who was a part of a study just published in the Journal of American Medical Association about a 578% spike in nitrous oxide deaths from 2010 to 2023. Thanks for coming on the digital desk. And as I mentioned, Andrew, please come on with some updated information. We'd love to talk to you about that and get the word out about the problems and the dangers and warning signs when it comes to nitrous oxide. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 9-10 o'clock this morning. Then into the afternoon hours, highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the mid-south. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine, with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be. You could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have got some alarming new health data out there that suggests that 9 out of 10 people have certain health risk factors and they don't know or realize that they have it. And we're talking about health conditions that can trigger everything from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, all at the same time. Let's talk to somebody who knows about what we're talking about here and some of the latest data that is pretty alarming from what I understand. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Tiffany Powell-Wiley. She's a physician. She's also a researcher joining us on the digital desk to talk about this new data. So Tiffany, tell us, where do we begin on this? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So we want to make sure that people are aware of cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, or CKM syndrome. And it's really about these interconnected diseases, things like diabetes and obesity, that put you at risk for heart disease and even kidney disease. And it's important to understand that all of these are interrelated, they're all interconnected, and one can put you at risk for the other, but also treatments that are out there can affect risk for each of those. And all of it affects heart health.
So, okay, so cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome or disease, explain what that is and maybe some warning signs that our audience would enjoy knowing.
So it's important to know that that CKM syndrome really relates to the fact that conditions like heart disease and kidney disease can't be treated in isolation. These are things that affect each other. And really, we want to emphasize that your body is interconnected. And so when we think of talking to our doctors about risk factors for heart disease, we want to ask not only about our high cholesterol, our blood pressure, and how it relates to our risk for heart disease, but also what does our kidney health look like? And that because that's important to think about as a risk factor for heart disease.
Yeah, I would think so. So this is something where a lot of people, we mentioned off the top, that they don't even know that perhaps they are dealing with something that could really change the outcome of their lives, certainly their health. Can you explain a little bit more about what this data is saying and how people need to be more aware of what exactly is going on?
Absolutely. So it's important to think, as you mentioned, that 9 out of 10 U.S. adults have a risk factor for heart disease or kidney disease. Those are risk factors like obesity, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. And so that's where it's important to know what those risk factors are, know your numbers, ask your physician about your numbers, but also understand that reversing and treating many of these risk factors can actually prevent not only heart disease, but also kidney disease.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Tiffany, let's talk about prevention. So if we have one of those and people are, by the way, our thousands of people that are watching, everybody should be getting a physical yearly. And if you have one of these conditions, then what?
So if you have one of these conditions, it's important to know what your numbers look like. Again, know what your blood pressure looks like, know what your cholesterol looks like, but also ask your doctor about treatments that are available, because many of the treatments that are available now for heart disease actually can treat things like kidney disease. And so making sure that you're on the right medications, but also making sure that you get the important physical activity and get the right diet for you. And so that's information that your doctor can help you provide and get the right information for you.
Sure, absolutely. And so we know, diet and exercise, very important when it comes to these kind of conditions. What else can we do to perhaps prevent or improve our health with regards to these specific issues?
So the other important thing is to understand what our risks look like. And so we have new ways of measuring heart disease risk. And so one thing to ask your doctor is to use risk calculators that are now available that can try to account for all of the risk factors for, again, it's CKM syndrome, these interconnected risk factors, and start to understand what your long-term risks for heart disease look like.
Okay, CKM syndrome. Tiffany, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for illuminating us to these different conditions that in one way or another, they are all connected, and it's something that we need to be aware of. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Parkinson's disease that affects nearly 1 million people in the U.S., with more than 90,000 newly diagnosed each and every year. There's no one way to diagnose Parkinson's disease. It makes it difficult to recognize. Some early signs are tremors. Some other signs are loss of smell, trouble sleeping or walking, a soft or low voice, stooping over, hunching over, and non-motor symptoms like depression and anxiety. Let's talk a little bit about Parkinson's disease, how to recognize those symptoms, and some solutions out there that we can give to families and caregivers. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by a couple of people here. John Lair, he's president and CEO of Parkinson's Foundation, and Dr. Kathy Blake. She is someone living with Parkinson's disease right now. Good morning to you both. And John, I want to begin with you. Tell us exactly what is Parkinson's disease for our viewers out there, and the most important thing to know about Parkinson's disease. Good morning.
Yeah, you captured the early signs very well. So Parkinson's is called a degenerative progressive neurological disease. It's also known as a movement disorder. So some initial signs are the ones you listed, like a resting tremor, difficulty moving. But it is a whole body disease. It can affect cognition, mental health, your senses, the GI. People will start to notice symptoms, sometime before they actually get diagnosed by a physician, preferably a neurologist. The thing to know about it is the number one risk factor for Parkinson's disease is age. So people are mostly diagnosed later in life, in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. There's just a small percentage of people who are diagnosed with what's called young onset Parkinson's disease. And the other thing I'd say is you can live well with Parkinson's if you adhere to your medication regimen and if you exercise, which I think is really very important.
Thank you for that, John. Kathy, over to you. Tell me a little bit about your story and how you manage the symptoms of Parkinson's.
So I developed symptoms of Parkinson's about 12 years ago, but there was a period of 5 years in which the pain, the achiness in my left arm and shoulder, I thought it was arthritis. I thought I was just getting older. I saw an orthopedic surgeon, went to a physical therapist, and I got better. And it was only when I started to develop a very slight tremor in my left hand, and I was seeing a physical therapist, brand new, out of school, newly minted, and I mentioned it to her, and she said, something else is going on here. She was the one who got the ball rolling and pointed me in the direction of a neurologist and then a movement disorder specialist. So once I found out I had Parkinson's disease, the prescription, the medication, so to speak, was exercise. And that's because exercise is the one strategy that will actually slow the progression of the disease. We don't have a cure, so we want to slow the progression. And then over time, my neurologist added medication to manage some of my symptoms as well.
Kathy, thank you. I appreciate that. John, over to you. What causes Parkinson's disease? Is it just genetic? How is it diagnosed?
Yeah, so we don't really know. We know that there are a number of causes. So again, age is the #1 risk factor. We also know that genetics plays a role in diagnosis. In fact, we're running one of the largest studies looking into the genetics of Parkinson's, a program called PD Generation. And there are also environmental factors, some toxins out there that can also exacerbate and lead to a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease.
So I want to open this up to you both. Let's talk about resources available, how to best manage symptoms out there, and what would you say to family members and caregivers who are dealing with this disease with a family member? Kathy, let me start with you.
So what I would say to families and caregivers is learn as much as you possibly can about Parkinson's disease. That can be through some of the resources that John will mention. Second, you're not alone. So become part of a community of people either living with Parkinson's or caring for someone with Parkinson's. Exercise, and the exercise may be with others with Parkinson's, but it could be walking with friends. It could be riding a bicycle, going to the gym. And then lastly, get involved, if at all possible, with research. The study that John mentioned, PD Generation, but also it's through research that we will get closer to better therapies and closer to a cure.
John, over to you.
Yeah, so for more information and resources, please go to our website, which is parkinson.org. That's parkinson.org. And if you want to talk to somebody live, call our helpline, which is 800-4PD-INFO. That's 800-4PD-INFO. We have Parkinson's experts who are ready and willing to answer any questions you might have about Parkinson's disease and to also direct you to resources in your local community.
Well, John and Kathy, thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like people out there at least either have someone in their family or know someone who has Parkinson's, and they are dealing with it as a caregiver or family member. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Very valuable.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 9-10 o'clock this morning, then into the afternoon hours. Highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine, with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're gonna take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week and overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am so proud about our next guest joining us on the Digital Desk. College game day analyst Kirk Herbstreit joining us right now to talk about a little college football, hopefully, and then also going to be talking about a brand new docuseries, Kirk. I'm very interested about it. Of course, your special bond with Peter, your golden retriever. Man, is that social media gold or what? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
I am doing great. First off, let's talk a little bit about this docuseries you got up. Tell us where we can watch it. What's it about?
Well, it's called Fueled By. It is a docuseries about myself, and you'll also have a chance to get to know three elite athletes: George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers, Rose Lavelle, who plays on the U.S. women's national team, and Sophia Wilson, who also plays on the U.S. team. Just a relationship that, me and my dogs, I have 4 dogs total. That's Peter coming down the hill there. That's my youngest, Bo, with the tennis ball in his mouth. They're a big part of my life. I treat them like family members, but you also have a chance to learn about George Kittle, not only the athlete, but the dog owner, why he loves his 2 dogs so much, Rose Lavelle and her dog. So it was a lot of fun to get to know these folks, not only as great athletes, but also, again, as people who love their dogs and look forward to getting back home and seeing those big smiles and just enjoying that relationship.
And where can we see this and what time?
Yeah, if starting really today throughout the rest of the summer and into the fall, if you go on YouTube and search Pro Plan, you will see these videos. There'll be a new one that pops up every week, and hopefully people will enjoy this journey that we were on. Like I said, the dogs have always been a big passion of mine, and now that I'm able to travel with Peter, I don't know if I'll take Bo, my youngest, or Mitch out this year with me, but having them on the road with me, it's been a real game changer for me. And I know talking with these 3 athletes and so many people really around the country, we all seem to be able to relate to having that bond and that love that we have for our dogs. And so I feel like our responsibility as receiving that love is taking care of our dogs the best we can. And Pro Plan has been a big part of that for me.
Fantastic, Kirk. I want to talk a little bit about college football. Of course, you guys were here in 2019, College Game Day on Beale Street. I remember you remarking that was one of your top 3 favorite spots in your entire tenure on College Football Game Day. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and then your thoughts on the upcoming season for the University of Memphis and Ole Miss, which is right down the road in Oxford?
Yeah, we did have an incredible stop. It's so many times we go to the traditional powers, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, year in and year out. And once in a while, we're able to go to a Memphis, and having the set location right there in downtown, like you said, at Beale Street, just the scene that we had, no matter which direction you looked, it was just thousands and thousands of people. We had a lot of fun celebrating Memphis football. The game against SMU that night ended up being a great game. That's one of those programs, it seems like the rich get richer, the bigger programs get bigger. Memphis doing a heck of a job of developing their program. It's very, very challenging when you have a good player at that level in the new world that we live in. A lot of times those players are getting taken away, so puts extra pressure on the Memphis type of programs, but feel like they're doing a really good job there. And Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin, of course, another program that is so close every single year, it seems like, to knocking that door down and getting into the postseason. He always seems to give his team a chance, always finds a great quarterback, develops great skill around him, and hopefully this year they're able to stay healthy and hopefully make a great run in the SEC this year.
That episode with Lee Corso in the first kickoff of College Game Day in the season there, what's that going to mean for you?
It'll be, we're going to try to make it a celebration because that's what it needs to be. But it's, he'll turn 90 years old August 7th. It'll be his last show. He's retiring, so it'll be his last show August 30th. I was just with him at the ESPYs in LA. We celebrated him there. We're going to celebrate him on August 30th. The first headgear he ever put on was in 1996. It was about my 4th or 5th show that I ever did with him. He asked my wife, who was a former cheerleader, if she could get the Brutus headgear that he wanted to put on. She was met with some hesitation and some reservations. They finally gave in, and he put the Brutus headgear on, and he did it for the last 29 years. And this will be his last headgear that he puts on. And it's pretty fitting that it's back in Columbus where that tradition started. Hopefully he doesn't put Bevo on. Hopefully he'll put Brutus on. But we'll have a lot of fun. It's going to be a sad day, obviously. Very sentimental. He's like a second father to me. Really, really strong bond and relationship. Somebody I care deeply about. And we're going to try to stay in that celebratory mood, but of course there'll be some tears shed that day for sure.
Let me ask you a final question about Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin, your thoughts on the SEC this year?
I feel that the SEC is always going to be a wide open conference. With the additions of Texas and Oklahoma, it only has gotten that much deeper. Lane Kiffin has become a very consistent brand, not just with the personality, but with the quarterback play, with the athletic ability that he puts on the field. Every single year in this portal era, he's able to tap into that and take advantage of it. I'd expect this year to be no different. If he gets good quarterback play, consistent quarterback play, you got to feel that Ole Miss will be right there, and it'll come down to a game or two on whether or not they're able to make it to Atlanta to the SEC title, or maybe make it into the postseason, get to the playoff. I think they've become that kind of brand and that with that kind of consistency. So we look forward to seeing what they can do this year.
I'm a Florida grad, Kirk. I remember watching you on College Game Day in the crowd back in the day. Where do you think Florida is going to be?
Man, I think you got one of the best quarterbacks in the country if he can stay healthy. I think DJ Lagway has a real shot this year to have a great year. I thought Florida last year, their head coach, Billy Napier, went into the year, as you know, being a Gator, on the hot seat, and then they started off about as badly as they could. I thought he would have really lost the team, but to their credit, man, they really fought back, had some great wins, and that gives me a lot of hope for this year that they've got the right culture, and if their quarterback's healthy, why not? I'd love to see the Gators get back to being a big-time threat in the SEC, and if Lagway lives up to what I think he could do, they very easily could do that.
Final question before we let you go. A surprise team that no one's talking about that you think will have a great year?
Surprise team this year could be, besides the obvious, like a Penn State team. I think in the SEC, I don't know if they're a surprise team, but I think it's a team that has a real opportunity is the LSU Tigers. They open up with Clemson this year, and I think both of those teams aren't necessarily surprise teams, but I think they both have a chance, whoever wins that game, to really make a run this year. LSU with Brian Kelly, I think, has been close, but they've not been able to get over the hump. And I think if they can win at Death Valley against Clemson, I think they could be a real threat this year in the SEC.
Kirk Herbstreit, really appreciate you chopping it up with me about College Game Day, college football season. I love it. I'm already excited for it. I'm jonesing for it right now. Congratulations on your docuseries, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
You got it, man. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
You got it. All right. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always looking for ways to reduce our stress in our crazy busy lives. Everyone's so busy right now. We have a lot of stress, whether it's work, whether it's home, family life, who knows? We all have it. And practicing mindfulness, well, that's one way to reduce stress. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined right now by Allie Parker. She is a yoga instructor and a studio leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Allie, so glad you joined us here. So tell me about mindfulness, practicing mindfulness, and how it can help all of us reduce stress in our lives, because we really need to reduce that stress. Good morning.
Good morning, and isn't that an understatement? We are all so busy, so stressed, so much going on in our day-to-day lives that it's important to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness for some people immediately calls to mind this picture of meditation, and you just sort of picture like a yogi in a silent room on a cushion, canceling all their thoughts. But mindfulness is something that we can practice every day. It's as simple as being aware of the present moment, noticing your thoughts without judgment, and just carving out time in your day to be in whatever moment that you're in right then and there.
Okay, I love it. So for our audience, we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning, Allie. Let's talk about ways that people can just do this wherever they are, whether they're at work, at home, maybe waiting in the doctor's office, what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my favorite things is to pick up something that you do every day. Brushing your teeth, waiting in the school pickup line, something that you're going to do on a recurring basis, and let that be your reminder to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness is as simple as stopping, taking a breath, observing, noticing what's going on, and then proceeding, moving forward with more awareness of the present moment. So one of my favorite things to do is just when I'm sitting at my desk at work is take a moment, kind of drop what I'm doing, notice how my feet feel in my shoes, notice the temperature of the air on my skin, take a moment and take a few deep breaths. Notice how my breath feels traveling in through my nose and how it feels leaving my body. And then just doing a full body scan and noticing what changed after practicing a few moments of mindfulness and awareness.
I like that. It seems pretty simple. And tell me about how doing that for a few minutes each and every day, how that can reduce stress.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. There are so many studies out there and more coming out each and every day that talk about how mindfulness can actually rewire our brains. So there's a study from the National Institute of Health that shows that practicing mindfulness and meditation can actually help with the areas of our mind that are responsible for processing emotions and retaining memory. So there are some really proven benefits to taking this time, carving it out in your day. It's also been noted in various studies that practicing mindfulness for as few as 5 minutes a day can help reduce perceived stress by 40%, which is a pretty staggering statistic. I would take a 40% reduction in stress any day. So definitely super simple to take 5 minutes of your day. And fortunately, there are so many resources nowadays to practice, especially with May being Mental Health Awareness Month. There are so many platforms that are offering ways to practice meditation, one of which is the Lifetime digital app. It's free to members and non-members. I just did mine this morning. I love to do it when I'm waiting for school pickup line. It's a great one to just plug in during your day. And like I said, it's just 5 minutes. Some of them are moving meditations where we're getting you moving with your breath. Some are more still where you can practice them seated in a waiting room, like you mentioned, and you're just noticing your breath work and tapping into your physical body. So lots of different variations that you can take. Also, some of my favorites are walking meditations. I know the weather's finally getting nice enough to get back outside and walk. So put on a walking meditation from the Lifetime digital app next time you go and let me know how it goes.
I love everything that you're saying. It sounds fantastic. It sounds great. What about meditation? A lot of people might be intimidated to try it. They think, oh, well, I can't sit still for more than a minute without like thinking about everything, and my mind freaks out and it's going a million miles an hour. How do we get to the point where we can practice meditation, Allie?
Yeah, and honestly, the people who are having a mile a minute thoughts or feel like I'm not a good candidate for meditation because I can't sit still, you're the perfect candidate for meditation. So meditation is a practice of noticing. I always tell my students, it's not the absence of thought, it's noticing the thought. So a great analogy that I had a teacher once explain to me is imagine sitting sort of behind a waterfall and let your thoughts just be the water that falls right in front of you. So you're noticing them, you're seeing them, but you're not attaching yourselves to them. Or if you are, you just sort of label it like, okay, I just thought about my grocery list. Let's bring it back to where I am right now. And one of the easiest ways to bring yourself back to the present moment is taking a deep, slow, intentional breath and just saying to yourself, inhale, exhale. And repeating that a few times. And again, it's so natural for all of us when we're practicing meditation, even those of us who practice daily, to have moments where our mind wanders. It's important to give ourselves grace and practice without judgment so that we can call ourselves back to the present moment and say, okay, I went and thought about what I have to do later today. Let me call myself back to where I am right now with my breath. Inhale through my nose, exhale slowly through my mouth, something like that. We can bring you right back. And it's easy to just take a moment, label the thought, and move forward.
I love the waterfall. That allegory, it sounds great. I mean, it's a great analogy, and I'm going to try that after we're done here.
Amazing, love it.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Final thoughts. I mean, you know, is there a place where people can go online and maybe kind of learn more about this, practicing meditation, mindfulness, reducing stress through these kind of different techniques?
Absolutely. As I previously mentioned, the Lifetime digital app is totally free to members and non-members. So if you're not a member of Lifetime, don't feel like you still can't download that app from the App Store, log in, and then within there, we have a challenge going on during May. It's to practice meditation every day, and it's literally just 5 minutes. So once you log into the app, one of the first things that you'll see is that practice for mindfulness. I would encourage you guys to drill into that, check it out, and beyond May, this will be available, again, free to members and non-members for you to check it out. They've got various different types and lengths of meditation. So once you get more comfortable with 5 minutes, you might bump up to 10 minutes on a day that you have a little bit more time and see how your mind reacts to a little bit more space and intentionality in those times. We also have classes here during the month of May at Lifetime. So if you're interested in trying out a class, all of our instructors are incorporating 5 minutes of mindfulness at the end of class. So if you want to just kind of get your toes wet, see what it's about, see like, can I really do it? A great way to practice is, first of all, to get out of your mind and into your body by doing some physical exercise, coming to a class, and then we'll wrap up the class with 5 minutes of intentional meditation or mindfulness. And I think that you'll find it's a lot less daunting than you think it is.
Allie Parker, Lifetime Fitness yoga studio leader in Collierville. Thank you so much. This was excellent. Lots of information, chock full there. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Government reports state that there are hundreds of thousands of people in our country who are being human trafficked right now. This is happening in plain sight. And on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to talk with someone that can help us kind of recognize those signs. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Brandy Bynum. She works at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking. She joins us on the Digital Desk to talk about this problem, this issue. What are the signs we can recognize and how we can report it? Brandy, good morning to you. So let's talk and get into this. How can we report these signs? How bad of an issue is it? And what should we be looking for? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So today is World Day Against Trafficking in Person. So it's the perfect day to have a conversation like this. So first, I'd like to talk about what human trafficking actually is. It's the use of force, fraud, or coercion for somebody trying to obtain a commercial sex act or labor. And so that's the first thing, is that human trafficking is both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And you mentioned at the top that it's a global issue. So it's happening right here in the United States, in our cities, big and small, our suburbs and our rural areas. And it's affecting men, women, and children.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to get into some of the issues, though, that ways that we can report it and spot it.
Absolutely. So some indicators that members of the public may be able to recognize is someone who doesn't have possession of their personal identification. We've seen that traffickers will take somebody's license or their passport to maintain control over them so they can't move about. Someone who may show signs of physical abuse, so various signs of bruising or show signs of malnourishment. Someone who looks disheveled. Someone who doesn't have eye contact when you're holding a conversation with them, or their answers feel scripted. So those are some indicators that members of the public may recognize from a victim of human trafficking.
Okay, and if we see this, Brandy, what do we do? How do we report something like this?
Absolutely. So I encourage our viewers today to report to the DHS tip line. We investigate over 400 crimes here at Homeland Security Investigations, human trafficking being one of them. So individuals can report to federal law enforcement anonymously 24/7. Our hotline is available in multiple languages. If you potentially recognize a victim or may be a victim after hearing some of the indicators that we discussed today, I encourage you to call the National Human Trafficking Hotline. They provide and have contacts all over the U.S. with service providers that can provide housing, food, shelter, water, medical care. And so those are two hotlines, a hotline and a tip line that I recommend calling if you recognize human trafficking.
Let's talk about maybe some common myths out there, some things that people don't necessarily agree with when it comes to human trafficking that you want to dispel right now.
Absolutely. So we already talked about human trafficking happening here in the United States. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that I talk to across the nation that don't believe that it happens here. Number two is that it doesn't just happen to women and girls. It absolutely happens to men and boys. It's just unreported in that demographic. I mentioned labor trafficking. Labor trafficking is actually more prevalent across the world versus sex trafficking. But we typically talk about sex trafficking because it's easier to spot those indicators. And so there are millions of people across the globe, including here in the United States, especially in our rural areas, that are being labor trafficked, whether it's in restaurants or at hospitality or in agriculture on farms or at construction sites. And these people are forced to work long hours. They are forced to work with little or no pay, inhumane working conditions. And then I would say the last one is the difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. I see that getting mixed up all the time. So human trafficking is a crime against a person. Human smuggling is a crime against the border, and it involves transportation. So when it comes to human trafficking, somebody can be human trafficked right from their home. They don't necessarily have to be kidnapped or being moved from place to place.
I appreciate you explaining the difference there, Brandy. Thank you so much. So how can communities, how can just everyday Americans, how can we take action and prevent human trafficking?
The number one thing is to get educated about the crime. So we've talked in the couple minutes that we've had together this morning about what the crime is, some indicators, but there is not enough time in this segment to talk about all the things. So I encourage people to go visit our website at dhs.gov/blue campaign to get more information. Our campaign is federally funded. So everything that we have and everything that we provide is absolutely free. Last year, we sent out over 2.8 million pieces of public awareness material. So whether that was posters or indicator cards or toolkits, please just visit our website. We have all different things on there for people to either download and print at home, or we'll ship to you for free. Free training. We'll even send people out from my team to come talk to your community members or your school groups, young people, old people, whoever, just to get the word out. So education is key. And just have a conversation with somebody about human trafficking, because I think the more we talk about it and we reduce the stigma about the crime, the more lives we could potentially help save.
You know, Brandy, I saw a number that said hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. Are suspected of being human trafficked. Is that accurate? What numbers are you seeing?
It's actually much higher than that. Globally, we're looking at a little over 27 million people that human trafficking affects. And so I know that's a very large number, but we have to remember that human trafficking is comprised of both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. So we talked a little bit about labor trafficking with the long hours, the no wages, but we also have to talk about forced labor in the supply chain. So we have to be smart consumers because there's a lot of things that we may purchase from overseas, you know, off of different platforms that may be produced by forced labor. So I like to think if something is super cheap, if I'm buying a $1 shirt, that person who made the shirt is probably getting pennies to the dollar. And so when we talk about how trafficking affects us globally and even here in the United States, we have to include that piece about the forced labor in the supply chain, in addition to domestic forced labor and sex trafficking.
Brandy, I just want to reiterate for our audience, we have thousands of people watching right now. If someone has no personal ID, if they look like they've been physically abused, you know, maybe different kinds of black and blue marks, that sort of thing, if they're disheveled and no eye contact, those are all signs of human trafficking. Anything else you want to mention to our audience right now? We broadcast in the Memphis area, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas.
Yeah, so in addition to those indicators, another physical indicator could be branding. So we know that traffickers may tattoo their victims with either their name or their group signature. So if you see a group of people with the same tattoo and it doesn't look like a friendship tattoo, that could be an indicator as well. I also encourage the viewers to not approach a potential victim of human trafficking. If you are not law enforcement, please do not intervene. That is why we have the hotline number. That is why we have the tip line number. And if you think that somebody is in immediate danger, please call 911.
Okay, Brandy Bynum, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. An eye-opening interview for sure. Thank you for all the information you've given to us, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. And we wish you all the best in this position that you're in right now to kind of combat and bring down the numbers of human trafficking all across the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 10 o'clock this morning, then into the afternoon hours. Highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine, with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week and overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to the American Cancer Society, Tennessee is projected to see about 6,500 new cases of lung cancer this year. And of course, we know lung cancer is very prominent all across Memphis and the Mid-South, and it is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths. So what can we do to protect ourselves, our family, in case this God forbid this happens to one of us? Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Anthony Cerici. He is SVP Clinical Biomarkers Laboratories Diagnostics at Eli Lilly and Company to talk about best methods, strategies, and ways to try and survive early cancer diagnosis. I really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk, Anthony. So where do we begin when it comes to surviving things like lung cancer, one of the deadliest cancers out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me, especially in light of the Lung Cancer Awareness Day, which is coming up. So maybe I'll start by giving you a few statistics on lung cancer to sort of buff up some of what you started with. In the United States, next year, we expect 200,000 patients to be diagnosed with lung cancer. And actually, lung cancer, as you pointed out rightly, is the leading cause of death in cancer-related deaths in the United States. Importantly, about 80 to 85% of lung cancers are a specific subtype of lung cancer called non-small cell lung cancer, or NSCLC. And this is a diagnosis that you make under the microscope. So of non-small cell lung cancer, there's sort of a bit of a silver lining around that subtype of lung cancer, which is that it's really the poster child for precision medicine. So the type of medicine where you give a specific drug that targets the type of cancer that you have, the specific type of cancer that makes your cancer unique. And in non-small cell lung cancer, we have about 9 to 10 biomarkers that are recommended to be tested in that cancer type. So if you are a patient diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer, there's a between 60 and 70% chance that your cancer is positive for one of these biomarkers. And why does that matter? It's because that will change the way your doctor, your physician, your healthcare provider, you and your family will make decisions around the way you treat your lung cancer, even in the first line setting. So biomarkers, huge role to play in the diagnosis and treatment of non-small cell lung cancer, but you got to test. And that's really, really critical. It's part of my messages today.
Yeah, so I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into this, Anthony, the biomarkers here. Tell me more about why this is so important, and if someone is, I guess, just diagnosed with lung cancer, how do the biomarkers help them and help their team, their doctors, really kind of combat that cancer?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the guidelines recommend, the United States guidelines by NCCN, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, recommend testing for between 9 and 10 biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer. And those are generally advised to be tested at diagnosis, right? So when you get a diagnosis of lung cancer, testing is recommended by these guidelines. And as I mentioned in my first answer, it's because the decision for what treatment you're going to use, what medicine your physician will use in that first line setting, and in fact, sometimes even in early lung cancer, can be driven by which biomarkers are positive or negative in your tumor. Importantly, because there are so many biomarkers to test for, in general, we recommend, and the guidelines recommend, using a method called comprehensive genomic profiling, or CGP. That's a method for testing biomarkers where you use one piece of tissue, one tube of blood, and with that tube of blood, you get information on all the relevant biomarkers that are relevant for treatment decisions. So not only is it important to test at diagnosis, it's important to test comprehensively, which is why a CGP approach is generally advisable for patients with non-small cell lung cancer, and really ought to be something you're discussing with your doctor fairly early on.
Where do people make the most mistakes? And when I say people, I mean the whole team. I mean, you know, the diagnostics and plans, strategies going forward. Where are the biggest mistakes?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them mistakes. I would maybe call them underestimations of the operational kind of barriers, right? So I think the biggest miss that you can have early on in the diagnosis of lung cancer is not testing early enough, right? So, and not testing comprehensively enough, right? So we've been living in a world of biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer for almost about 15 years now. So doctors are pretty savvy about, you know, okay, there are things I have to test for on this lung cancer, but every year we're adding to that list of biomarkers. So making sure that we're testing at the right time and testing comprehensively is really, really critical. Let me go back to the testing at the right time thing. Some of these tests, they're pretty complicated. They can take a while. Right? So you want to get that ball rolling. You got to get tissue from pathology if you're using a tissue-based assay. You're sending to a new laboratory that you might not be used to sending to, what you don't send your common labs to. So there's a little bit of an operational kind of nuance there. So you really want to get started on that at diagnosis so that when your patient comes back or when you go back to see your oncologist, you have all that information ready and you can actually have a fulsome conversation about what you're going to do and when. And I think all of that is really critical at that first kind of oncologist appointment.
You've mentioned a lot this morning. Where can we see kind of what you mentioned online? Is there a place?
There sure is, yeah. So I want to, before we get to that, I just want to say, you know, we're all in this together. Patients, doctors, healthcare providers, caregivers, right? We all want the best treatment opportunities for our patients with non-small cell lung cancer. And that involves advocacy, that involves asking questions, that involves actually kind of being annoying about when you're getting tested and how you're being tested. So if you'd like to learn more about methods for testing, about precision medicine in general, about non-small cell lung cancer, check out Lilly.com. There's a lot of information there for you.
All right, Dr. Anthony Cerici, we really appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A lot of data, a lot of information, and thank you very much for talking to our audience about it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. To the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've heard so much about no tax on tips. It was actually signed into law in the big, beautiful bill that President Trump signed earlier this month. But what does that mean for the tens of thousands of service workers all across Memphis and the Mid-South? And who's eligible? How much money could you save? And how do you keep track of it all? Well, these are all great questions, and I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone joining us once again. So, Alan, I know that you probably get a lot of questions with regards to this issue. Where do we begin on this? What do you tell some of those clients, perhaps people who call you and ask, hey, does no tax on tips apply to me? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. Glad to be here. Yeah, let's get right to it. I mean, basically, no tax on tips applies to anybody who gets tipped, whether it's restaurant service workers, valets, anyone like that who receives tips. There's also no tax on overtime. So that's a big benefit for some of those same workers who work overtime, might be eligible for time and a half. There's no tax on that. Of course, that's a much larger universe of folks. So, the big, beautiful bill for working people was beautiful because this is going to save real working people money from taxes and hopefully will, now, you mentioned, keeping up with it. Now, you got to keep up with it in case you're ever audited because there is a cap on it. It's about $25,000 of tips. So you're taxed on things above that. But it is a good step forward for working class Americans, I think.
Okay, good to know. And thank you for weighing in on that. I was going to ask about a cap. Is there a cap on something like this? And what do you recommend, Alan, as the best way to keep track of these tips and overtime as well?
Well, we're all walking around with more computing power in our phones than that was used to send folks to the moon back in the 60s. So there are all kinds of apps out there where you can, log your tips at the end of your shift to keep track of it all so that when it's time to go to do your taxes, you can provide all of that to your tax preparer. Sometimes if you're paid by credit card, the company will give you, a record of that as well. And the last thing is it's old school, but there's nothing that replaces a good spiral bound notebook. You can get them in all kinds of sizes and just keep track of it that way. I would imagine, most of my clients who are restaurant workers, for example, they keep track of it pretty much as you go, and make sure you're keeping track of the tips that you keep. Some, in some situations you may, if you're a waiter or waitress, you may split your tips with the bus folks or someone else in the facility, and so make sure you're only you're keeping track of all of that. So that you don't you're not getting taxed on money that you didn't actually receive because you paid it out to someone else.
So let me ask you, you mentioned it just briefly. Is there a cap? Is 25,000 the cap on this?
Yeah, yes, 25,000 is the cap. So anything above that, you'd be taxed on regularly.
Okay, got it. And so essentially, you're saving an individual who's in the service industry, gets tips, whatnot. I mean, how much are they going to be able to save? Is it ballpark?
Well, it depends on the tax bracket, but anywhere from a third to 25% of that 25,000. If you hit the top. Andrew, your producer, told me there would be no math. So I don't want to do that math in my head, on the fly. But someone can do that, and that's thousands of dollars. I mean, for most of my clients, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in savings is a huge amount, and so I think it's a great thing.
Yes, and you mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, this is anyone who gets tipped or anyone who receives some sort of tip, overtime, that sort of thing, is eligible. It doesn't have to be a certain, waitress, server, host, that sort of thing, right?
Well, that's right. The mainly, I think we're looking at restaurant workers who are the most tipped, and they, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's also what we call the tip credit, which is a special wage and hour law for folks that are customarily tipped. And if a large part of your revenue or compensation is tip based, then this applies to you. And then if you're eligible for overtime, the overtime element of this applies to you as well.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alan? This has all been very helpful for the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
I would say this, that the tip credit, particularly for restaurant workers, is often abused. And so if someone feels like they're sharing tips with people they shouldn't be sharing tips with, or you're not getting credit for all your tips, then you ought to go see the Department of Labor or an employment lawyer about that, because if people who are subject to it, and I'll tell other listeners and watchers too, most waiters and waitresses are paid $2.13 an hour plus tips. And so tip your waiters and waitresses. Over tip your waiters and waitresses if they do a good job, because that's where they're getting most of their compensation. And most people don't really know that.
Great advice there from Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone on the Action News 5 digital desk. Alan, again, thanks for your time here. We appreciate all the knowledge. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Always glad to be on the program.
Appreciate it, Alan.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 10 o'clock this morning, then into the afternoon hours. Highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, you know, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week and overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, if you've stepped outside, you know that the heat is on this summer in Memphis and the Mid-South. Going to be a hot one as it is each and every year. So what's the best way to hydrate yourself? A lot of people say, okay, hydration, I got to drink lots of water. Well, what about electrolytes? And what about really kind of fulfilling your body with all that energy in addition to just water? When should we use electrolytes? When should we not? Which one should we use? Is there too much sugar involved? It's a lot to sort out when it comes to hydrating your body, especially in the summer months. Let's bring in someone in the know right now. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner. She works at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, fitness trainer, group trainer, a leader there. Kristen, glad to have you back on the digital desk. So I don't know if you get that question a lot, how to hydrate yourself, but certainly that is a big question right now. Where do we begin on this conversation? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me on. It's funny because there's a lot of trends out there right now. If you look at TikTok or Instagram or even Facebook, there's a lot of trends going around with different types of electrolytes, different drinks. And even here in the club, people come in with all different types of drinks from, carbonated to in their shaker bottles. So the bigger question is, what are electrolytes and why do we need them? What do they do? And to get down just to the basics of it, the electrolytes are minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium. They help your body to stay hydrated. They help your muscles to really work properly. Sometimes we don't even know that things are out of balance. We have these different symptoms and we try to treat them in different ways, but we don't know that it's due to an electrolyte imbalance. Like if you feel fatigued, you might think that, it could be something off with hormones, which could be the case, but it could also be an electrolyte imbalance. If there's muscle cramps, that could be magnesium, but magnesium could be due to, not enough electrolytes in your body. If you're having headaches or that general, blah feeling, I call it the bewitching hour in the afternoon. A lot of people are prone to just go for that next cup of coffee, but we are naturally losing electrolytes all day as we sweat, as we breathe through our just normal bodily functions.
Yeah, no question. I get that. And sometimes I'll look at some of those electrolytes, I'll read the label and I'll see, the first ingredient is sugar. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. These electrolytes should have much more when it comes to potassium and magnesium and other minerals, right? I mean, when it comes to a supplement of electrolytes, what should we be looking for?
100%, I totally agree. First, you want to avoid the added sugars. So especially if your first ingredient is sugar, especially artificial sweeteners, you want to avoid the artificial sweeteners, avoid the dyes and colors. So when you're looking at a label, look for clear labeling, the natural flavoring, real ingredients. I've taught my daughter that you want to look for ingredients that you can actually pronounce, and look for products that are third-party tested. Here at Lifetime, all of our products are third-party tested. Our LTH Hydrate is one of our greatest electrolyte supplements. It's blended with real sea salt, key minerals. There's no added sugars, and it's third-party tested.
Excellent. Let me ask you this, because let's say, we're not working out, okay? We're inside the office, and, a lot of times here at my newsroom, in our studio, we have different things about hydration, drinking lots of water, drinking a lot more than people might typically drink. Is there maybe a guideline of how much water we should drink a day, even if we don't go outside and, play any kind of sport? Just going to work, should we be drinking a certain amount?
Sure. If you think about your body weight in kilograms, now that's a lot. Let's say if you have an average human, 1 pound per kilogram of body weight, if you're aiming for, even the easy way is 8-ounce glasses. That would put you at 64 ounces in a day. Okay, that's an easy no-brainer, and it should be something that everyone could accomplish. If you started with just a bottle of water or your water bottle that you carry every day and aim to refill it 4 times, average water bottle will be somewhere between 12 and 24 ounces. So if you had pretty big cup like that, if you just aim to refill that about 4 times, you know, that would be pretty good, especially if you're not planning to be outside, if you're not planning to be active. But I'm glad you brought that up because adding in electrolytes are not for everybody. And so if you have a desk job and you're sitting inside all day, it might not be necessary that you have to actually add in more electrolytes. Just drinking plenty of water would be ideal.
Excellent. Good to hear. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kristen, when it comes to hydration?
Well, I would say one of the biggest mistakes is not starting soon enough. So making sure that we've got our bodies efficiently hydrated starting early. Also, you know, making sure you've got the right products. You're not starting with something that's based on sugar. Especially if you're going to be in hot and humid conditions. Make sure you start early and then keep it onboarding as you go. You can also alternate between some electrolytes and water, but where a lot of people nowadays, I feel like, make a lot of mistakes is they're not getting enough rest and they're drinking a lot of caffeine or taking a lot of caffeine supplements and misperceiving the cues that their body is beginning to dehydrate when an electrolyte supplement would be really helpful.
Good point, Kristen. Anything else you can mention right now that our thousands of people who watch us each and every morning might find perhaps to their advantage this summer?
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits when it comes to supplementing with an electrolyte. If you think about your hydration efficiency, your body actually uses water more effectively when electrolytes are present. So sometimes, especially when it's really hot and humid, plain water can just go right through you. But with an electrolyte, it actually gets absorbed and utilized at the cellular level, so it can apply more benefits when it comes to hydrating your cells. If you're using it during workouts, whether you're inside or outside, you have sustained energy. Sometimes, you know, during workouts, especially if you have a longer workout, you feel like you hit a wall about 30 minutes into your workout, but having that proper electrolyte balance can help to maintain the blood volume and supports consistent muscle contractions throughout the workout. Not only during your workout, but then your recovery after the workout, electrolytes can help to reduce muscle soreness and support the repair process that happens after exercise. And then last, your focus and your clarity. If you're not hydrated, you tend to feel foggy. So proper hydration with electrolytes supports that cognitive function and reduces that afternoon brain fog.
Nice. Okay, just to recap, when it comes to electrolytes and what we should include if we in fact do have electrolytes in our water, we're talking about minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium, sea salt, anything else?
You know, it's okay to look for things that you like. So when looking at some of the hydration supplements that we have a new flavor called Spicy Margarita. So just let your imagination take hold, right? If you like some type of mocktail, like today I have a blood orange margarita in a mocktail. One that I also like is a peach mango refresher. So we have a peach mango flavor. So you don't necessarily have to buy an electrolyte drink right off the shelf. A lot of times we're looking for things that we would like, things that would taste good. But if I like fresh oranges, you know, I can shake up a blood orange flavor and put some fresh fruit in there and make it customized just for me. So I'm kind of planning up some 4th of July mocktails to go along with my electrolyte supplement.
I'll take a spicy margarita later this afternoon. Kristen Skinner, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Very beneficial, certainly, and very timely for the summer months. Thank you.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great day.
Hey, Greg, good morning. It's Andrew Douglas. How are you?
Good morning, Andrew. How's it going?
Doing well, doing well. We're about 45 seconds out. If you could do me a favor, center yourself on the camera. Just be in the center. Can you center yourself on camera?
Oh, center. But you said make myself thinner.
No, just you're a little bit, yeah, there you go. Perfect. And if you can tilt it down just a little bit, just a smidge.
Okay.
If you can tilt down the camera.
Yes. Always want to do that. Makes yourself look better.
There we
How's
go.
that?
Okay, perfect. Greg, we're going to talk to you in just a second, okay?
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I have an incredible, I got to tell you something that's happening. We know that the football season's rapidly approaching. We got the NFL, we got the college football season. A lot of people anticipating that. But locally here in Memphis and the Mid-South, high school football is a big deal. We know that, okay? And this morning on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to tell somebody about our local high school football season. I am doing something on the fly here because something is not wired properly, but I will be momentarily. So, as I was saying, college football is certainly no joke here in Memphis and the Mid-South. And the town of Collierville is doing something extraordinary this year. It's almost like a college game day that they are experiencing August 23rd for the first home football game. They're going to have all kinds of fans. They're going to have tailgating, lots of entertainment on a stage. And joining me now to talk about the fanfare and this experience called the Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff, Greg Hollenbeck, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Greg, tell me about this. How did this idea, first off, come about? It sounds amazing. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, it's actually very exciting. And how it came about really is just because we're trying to think of a way to make Collierville more with that college football atmosphere like you were talking about. And so we said, well, we got to move a game to a Saturday because Friday night is really hard for people to tailgate, getting off work and all that stuff. But a Saturday, we could do it. The problem is, as you said, college football is huge in the South, and we conflict with that. Everybody wants to stay home and watch their college teams. So this game will actually be the Saturday before college football season starts. So we're expecting a huge crowd. We want everybody out there. We're going to have a live broadcast on YouTube, kind of like that game day atmosphere. And also we're going to have live music coming in from Nashville on a big stage. We'll have a kids zone with bounce houses and lots of food trucks. We're going to have fireworks. It's going to be fun for every family member. And we want the whole town of Collierville there and anybody that wants to come out and see what Collierville football is about.
I love it, Greg. I love it. And so, you know, I was just showing the flyer with this here, and it looks amazing. So you have everything right here on this flyer. I mean, this is Collierville versus East Nashville. This is Saturday, August 23rd, high noon there, and food trucks, games for everybody, live performances, the Dragon Walk with the team, and the big game. I mean, this is modeled after a big noon kickoff or college game day, something to that effect, isn't it?
Yeah, something to that effect. We can't exactly call it what they call it, but we love the atmosphere of both the shows, and that's what we want to do. And like we said, making it that college atmosphere, not just for the fans, but also these players. You know, a lot of these players, most high school players aren't going to go play college football, so this is their chance to experience what it's like to be in that college environment.
You know, more and more you see the college game becoming more like the pros, and you see the high school game becoming more like a college. And here we are tailgating, having this kind of pregame fun and live music, entertainment on a stage. But, you know, this is something that I think has been in the works for a while. You see it just kind of gradually getting more enjoyable for everybody out there, right?
Yes, and we try to be innovative from the beginning with just how we add our intro when the team comes out with fireworks and the smoke, and sometimes we go lights out with our hype video and the jumbotron. All that is college atmosphere, and we want to show. So, like I said, the team's coming in from Nashville. Let's show Nashville and the rest of the state of Tennessee how we do football in West Tennessee.
I love it. I love it. And so this is a picture right here of explain what this is to our viewers. This is them coming out of the tunnel, the team, right?
Yeah, so that's them as we run out, to music, and we have the cryo smoke shooting out as they run out, and fireworks shooting up in the air as they run out. And like we said, this is the same stuff you'll see at University of Memphis, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State, and we're trying to put that environment right here in high school football.
Sounds fantastic. So again, this is Saturday, August 23rd. Noon is the time on the schedule. What time is the actual game?
The actual game's at 6 o'clock, and obviously the whole day is going to be huge, but we want people to come to the game too. That's the main thing. We're going to have a really good team this year. We got a heavy senior class. We're loaded with talent on offense and defense. Joe Riccone, the head coach, has been there a while. This is where he played high school football, and he's got this team in a good place. I was at practice yesterday. They're looking really good. We look fast, and so we're hoping to make a good run in the state this year.
Fantastic, Greg. This sounds fantastic. And again, this is open to everybody in the town of Collierville and beyond. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yes.
Did you?
Nothing really.
Did you
Just please come out and enjoy it. And like you said, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say anything else before we let you go, Greg.
Oh yeah. So I'll just say, like you said, everybody's welcome to come out. We want to show you what Collierville football is about and how we're doing football in West Tennessee, and what a good program Coach Riccone's putting together there. So come out. It's going to be lots of fun for the kids, the whole family, and to watch some really good high school football.
Fantastic. All right. Greg Hollenbach, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about big Saturday kickoff in the town of Collierville, August 23rd. Festivities begin at noon with the game at 6 o'clock. Greg, thank you so much for coming on, and good luck on an amazing season ahead. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. We'll see you Saturday, August 23rd.
You got it, Greg. Thank you. And once again, wanted to let everybody know the information, and the information is right here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You can see it there. Collierville, big Saturday kickoff, August 23rd at noon versus East Nashville. All kinds of different things happening, food trucks, all kinds of games, live performances, the Dragon Walk, and the big game. It's a family fun event, broadcasting live from the Dragon Walk on YouTube. So definitely check it out to get you in the field for football season. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. As we go to break here, we're back at 60 seconds with your forecast. Greg, nice job, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it, man. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, we had a little bit of some technical issues on my end. That's my fault, but we got the word out and the message out, and that's
yes.
Good.
No, I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah, nice job.
All right, and I'll see you at the tailgate.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll see you on the 23rd.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, see ya. Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check, so we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures
Currently in the 70s, gradually warm will be in the 80s as we head after 10 o'clock this morning, then into the afternoon hours. Highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine, with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be, you could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week and overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This month marks the 35th anniversary of the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It really was a defining moment to end discrimination against individuals with disabilities. But 35 years later, barriers still exist. I am joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by the CEO of the Paralyzed Veterans of America, Carl Blake, joining me now to talk about some of these barriers that still exist and what the organization is doing to remove those barriers and how the public can help. Carl, good morning to you. Where do we begin on this topic? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. So, so give me an update.
Yeah, so first let me tell you about PVA. We've been around for about 80 years, and accessibility has been a core tenet of our mission since our founding. As you mentioned, the ADA was enacted 35 years ago, and yet If you ask one of our members who experienced life before the ADA, they would tell you that amazing advancements have been made since the passage of the law, and that the world is a more accessible place. But the fact is, that's not really true. There are still far too many barriers that exist in everyday life that impact all manner of people with disabilities. And I think it's time that we get more people in the game to understand that they can influence change for the better.
So tell me about those barriers, Carl. I'm curious as to, what are some of those common barriers that paralyzed and disabled vets deal with today?
Yeah, so some of the barriers are things that might not even be obvious to a non-disabled person, like sidewalks and crosswalks that are accessible, curb cuts that make those spaces accessible. Our members experience challenges in just accessing restaurants, hotels, things that impact their ability to travel. They have problems in entertainment venues. New things that we've heard about more recently are challenges in accessing healthcare in their local communities. They find that local community clinics are just not accessible for their needs. A substantial number of our members have shared over the years the barriers that they face and that they continue to face every single day.
Tell me more about what the organization is planning to do to get more compliance for the ADA and where the public can help in all this, Carl.
Yes, so we have a very active government relations program that is involved in policy making, in advocacy and legislation. They're particularly focused at the federal level. Our emphasis is on enforcement of the tenets of the ADA. The bottom line is that enforcement has been significantly lacking over the years. There's just not been the right kind of resources and the right people or the necessary number of people to be involved in the enforcement of the ADA. And the truth is, a law with no substantial enforcement is no real law at all. So we do that work every day, but really it's just as much important to understand that public education is a part of this process. We want the general public, we want policymakers, we want business owners to understand that they have a role in influencing change. If you go to our website, pva.org, you'll find a list of PSAs that showcase the various types of barriers that people with disabilities experience on a daily basis. We have an active petition that's out there right now that we would like everyone to sign that calls for greater enforcement of the ADA. And ultimately, what we want people to do is just be actively involved in making change for the better. Our mantra is effectively accessibility for all. That means that everyone has to have a stake in the game and be an active participant in making the world a more accessible place and knocking down the barriers that still exist.
Certainly awareness and education is part of the equation. Signing a petition to let people know that they should be actively involved, making sure to remove those barriers, as you said, Carl. Anything else that we can touch on? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here.
Well, I would certainly encourage all of your listeners or your viewers to go to our website. There's a whole lot more information on pva.org specifically. pva.org/barriers still exists, where they can get information about how they can get involved. We're always looking for people to be part of our network because there's strength in numbers. And if the average able-bodied, the average person who does not have a disability gets involved, and that gets more people involved, it just sort of creates this network of influence that can ultimately make the change that we want to make.
Okay, Carl Blake, Paralyzed Veterans of America CEO, thank you for coming on the Digital Desk and explaining what the organization is doing to really kind of get more compliance for the Americans with Disabilities Act and how it has a profound effect on so many people across our country. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, good morning. I'm First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, and as we head out and about across the Mid-South, some great weather for August standards is shaping up for the day today. We have a low pressure system off to our west that will try to inch towards the region the next couple of days. Doesn't really get much closer as we head into the weekend, but all of this shower activity remains off to our south. Frontal boundary keeps that in check. So we're left with some mostly clear sky and some beautiful weather as we head throughout the next couple of days into the weekend. So that's great news for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to see those temperatures currently in the 70s, gradually warm, will be in the 80s as we head after 10 o'clock this morning. Then into the afternoon hours, highs peak in the mid 90s, some of us in the lower 90s, but the skies remain mostly clear to partly cloudy. Very hard to see any rain across the area. Maybe one town sees a brief shower, but that's it as we head throughout the course of the day. Rain chances very low across the Mid-South. Next couple of hours, those temperatures rising from the 70s into the 80s. We'll see those 90s come into play as we head past noontime into the afternoon hours, as those sunny skies turn more partly cloudy as we get into the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Talking about seeing that humidity uptick a little bit as we head into the weekend. It's pretty muggy out there right now, not quite as dry as the past couple of days, but as we head towards the end of the weekend into next week, look at that. We're getting close to steamier weather in the forecast. That doesn't mean that we are going to see those heat alerts in the near future. I do expect us to remain below heat alert criteria through the weekend. Can't rule it out for Sunday, but vast majority of us not seeing those triple-digit feel-like temperatures, except for a couple hours in the afternoon. The warmest part of the afternoon is when you can see that, and that's only if you're under that direct sunshine with those actual highs getting into the mid-90s. Next week, we might see one of those days see some heat alerts in the region, but vast majority of us, we're going to take what we can get. It's August, it's hot, but it's not oppressively hot as of now. This is what this afternoon we can expect. Some feel-like temperatures reaching the triple digits, Clarksdale, Tunica. Some other parts of the region can get there as well, but some of us do fall short into the 90s for those feel-like temperatures. So if you want to track those feel-like temperatures, see what results as we head into the afternoon, especially for this FedEx St. Jude Championship, download the First Alert Weather app. You could track the radar for wherever maybe you get one brief pop-up shower today, wherever that could be. You could find that on our radar if you download our app. Also, the real-time temperatures probably going to be more useful over the next couple of days as those rain chances remain very low. Only a 10% chance of seeing a shower or a storm through the weekend. Highs getting up into the mid-90s, overnight lows in the mid-70s. And then as we head into next week, that's where we start to see some spotty showers or storms return to the forecast, but still a vast majority of us staying dry. That dry weather continues, and we'll watch for the next big chance of rain, but it's not coming over the next 10 days as those highs remain in the mid-90s next week. And overnight lows in the 70s. Could get a little bit more cloud cover middle part of your next week.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter and Riley Winch. They'll take you through the next hour with all your top stories and your forecast for the next 7 to 10 days, and then once again join us for a Friday edition of the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Remember, we go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. The Digital Desk is our streaming channel on actionnews5.com, our free news app, our digital platforms like Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku, and Digital Channel 5.3. All right. Okay, so
Hi, Andrew. I'm live outside of Collierville High, where we have not one, but 2 construction projects as you're headed to the high school. Take a look around. You'll see signs and cones up all around. Now, remember, the long-time construction project along Shelby Drive between Collierville High School and Highway 72 is still in place. In addition to that, Sycamore Road, north of Shelby Drive, is also closed until Monday. Both are highly traveled areas. This is obviously not ideal for traffic flow for this week, with the district headed back to the classroom. So Collierville High School is implementing a staggered start schedule to help reduce traffic jams. So today and Friday, Collierville High School will operate on a hybrid schedule. Juniors and seniors will attend school in person today, and freshmen and sophomores will do virtual learning. Learning. They will then swap tomorrow. Superintendent Dr. Russell Dyer said while students and teachers will have to adapt to this temporary change, their focus is on creating a safe transition into the new school year for students, staff, and families.
When students are coming back and our parents are entering our buildings and our staff is all back together, I want them to know we're one community. You know, we are one community. We have a vision and a mission for where we want Collierville schools to go. We want to make sure that that's a tangible mission that people can feel, people know that we're serious about what we're doing. But we also want them to know we're going to take care of their kids.
Again, this hybrid schedule only affects students at Collierville High. The middle and elementary will operate as normal. Taylor Tucker, Action News 5.